and today we're going to be running Terranigma Magirock percent. If you're not familiar with this game.
Excuse me for a second.
Yes.
I forgot to unmute the audio, so you have to redo that. My bad. So, okay, once again, take it away.
Alright, how's it going, everybody? Good morning, good, I don't know, is it midday anywhere? Whatever. I am the Good Professor. Thank you for joining me. Today we're going to be doing Terranigma Magirock percent. If you are not familiar with this game, it's actually one of Quintet's, which you may know them for games such as like Soul Blazer, Illusion of Gaia, that kind of thing. They this is their like one of the last games they put out on Super Nintendo. Fortunately, never released in the US, so it doesn't really have much of a cult following here, but it's very big in Europe, especially Japan. It's a very wonderful game. Highly recommend you go play it. But anyway, let's not waste too much time. We do need a player name, and since the donations were not done for like the bit work, let's ask chat, what should the player name be? You have 5 characters. You can choose anything you see here. By default, I kind of like, you know, the little happy face myself. It makes me, I feel pretty good going in the runs with the happy face character name. Come on, first come, first serve. Let's go. Xanto. First name, I see. Let's go. All right. And if we're ready on the timer, we are going to begin in 3, 2, 1, go. So, like I mentioned, you know, to start off, this is a Quintet game. It is an action RPG. It draws heavy inspiration from many other Super Nintendo games that were released, you know, before it, and a lot of inspiration in Quintet's early games. Gaia, Soul Blazer, ActRaiser, RoboTrek, all of those. So you'll kind of notice some differences if you are familiar with. This game is a lot more dialogue and text heavy than either one of those games, but we'll get to the more in-depth explanations as we come across it. But what you'll see here first is bunch of text skipping. This, you can mash it out by you know, pressing most of the key or most of the buttons on the controllers. But this game actually is really easy to mash text, just because if you hold L, it will close the text box at the first available frame, but only for that text box. So if you notice, I do have an input display. Is that that'll come in a moment. But anyway, so you'll see the input display. It hopefully should. It's not. Just a moment. Is that when I scene? But what we're doing right now, we're just doing a bunch of story related. Bunch of mashing, bunch of going to the right NPCs, getting to where we need to be. You saw earlier I did the first trick of this run, which is actually really dry of tricks. There is not too much we can do to speed up the intended routers. That one's, and what it is there's supposed to be a cutscene that plays when you break that door. Those guys there, they ask you to break down the door because they want to know what's behind it. And you skip the cutscene by breaking the door as you run to the right of the screen. When you run to the right, the game doesn't kill your momentum instantly to start the cutscene. Rather, it lets you slide just enough to get through the door transition in time. So we come down here and we open up this box, and this is basically Pandora's box. So this little creature comes out. His name is Yomi. He's a pretty cool guy. But he kind of, you know, explains, you know, what's going on inside the box. Each screen there, this is your menu. And so each screen represents a different section of your menu. You have weapons menu, armor menu, item menu. You have regular menu where you can check your stats, you know, level up, kind of thing. So we go, he explains it all to us. He tells us there's a surprise in the weapon room. Go in, pick up our very first weapon, the crystal spear. This is our girlfriend, Elle. Elle comes in to check on us because she hears that, you know, stuff is happening down here. And then she gets frozen. And Yomi says, well, you know, I don't know what's going on. It's not really my fault. That's just what happens when you open the box. So what we're doing here, we're going into the menu. We're going to equip the first weapon because we need a weapon enabled in order to fight. And then I also change my attack key from A to X. And this helps later on because there is a very heavy reliance on a certain type of attack in this game. Grants a lot of invincibility frames, and it's very safe to use. So we notice after we come out of there, everybody turns into crystals. We don't know why. The Elder says if you want to like save everybody, you have to go out, go into these towers, and you have to go to the top of the tower, activate the machines. That's going to help save her. Now, up to this point, Ark, that's the name of the character, has never left his village. Nobody has, in fact. All you know is that you are in the underworld. You're basically in hell. And this is your first time stepping out into the world. So he doesn't really know what to expect. This whole section kind of acts like the tutorial for the game. The enemies are not very difficult, and there's not really too much going on. You don't need to be any kind of certain level. So a lot of this is just having clean movement through each of the towers that you have to get to. There are 5 in total. So as you see right there, that attack I did into the 2 fireballs, that's called a slicer. Attack is very important for this speedrun. If the slicer didn't exist, this speedrun would be much harder than I could possibly describe, because the slicer kind of trivializes most things that you get comfortable. You also have a standing stab attack. You have a rush attack that happens when you are mashing the key kind of quickly. You'll see that a little bit later, but not too much of that. And you have the slider attack, which is what you just saw against that purple hubball there. And each attack has its own multiplier. Different enemies have weaknesses to different attacks, and each attack has a certain number of iframes, if any. Slicer has a lot, so I can get through a lot of enemies. I can get a lot of things that normally I would have to wait for or look for an opportunity to attack with it. Slider doesn't have that, but it doesn't kill your momentum. So whenever I can get away with using a slider, get to where I need to still attack an enemy, I'll be doing that. Another common thing you'll see me doing, as you may have noticed already, is I will be using slicer attacks into doorways. And the reason I do that is that it forces into that loadings a little bit sooner, and it saves frames every single time you do it. There's a lot of door transitions in this game. Wasn't able to show off what happens during the levels right here, but I'm sure we'll see that a little bit. So that's the first tower. Very straightforward, very easy. You have a lot of these in the start. These are cutscenes, can't skip them. They go towards the story, which I'll start to explain after we get through the basics of the run. But the short version is you go up to top of these machines, and using their power, you resurrect parts of the world. Because right now, like I mentioned earlier, you are in hell. There's no overworld. There's nothing on the surface but water. And you find out through these dungeons that the world was kind of destroyed. And so this is you bringing back pieces of the world. Much like Illusion of Gaia is, where it draws inspiration from real-world places, this game does the exact same thing. A lot of the locations we visit are based on real-world locations. They have those same kind of dimensions. The world map is very, very deep. Some other important things to know as the run starts before we get into the thick of things. Inventory management is very important in this game. It takes a lot of time to go in and out of the inventory, so you want to do it as soon as few times as you possibly can. You can also, sometimes depending on the RNG, you may opt to go in sooner or later, or oftentimes if I know that I'm taking a little bit too much damage for this boss coming up, I'll wait until the very next time I would have to be to go inside them in order to heal. It's kind of risky, but it saves multiple seconds every time you have to do it. Another thing to note here, since I didn't start off by explaining, Magirock percent is the pseudo 100% category of this game. It does not have a true 100%, mostly because you cannot... Best way to explain is you cannot hold all of the items you need to qualify for 100%. So what the Magirock percent does is it forces you to collect all unique items in the game. As in, these Magirocks that I get in, they are one time only. They are missable. And you get to see pretty much everything the game has to offer outside of just a few specific rooms. Do a lot of the town building sections. You get to see a lot of areas and dungeons we wouldn't normally see in 8%. Then we get to have slightly different strategy on certain places. So coming into Tower 2, it's mostly execution. Those cadet enemies that you notice, the wizards, the wizrobes, I guess you could even say, rather describe them that way. They are, they have this attack where if they look at you dead on, they can stun you. You can get one of three things. They can stun you, you can stun them, or they can give you a sexy look, which does nothing. And yes, if you want me to be honest, that is actually a thing that can happen. It's like a 1% chance. But basically, you get this really long text box and then nothing happens. So whenever possible, thankfully they're not a very common enemy once you get out of here. By very common, I mean they don't exist once you leave the world. But whenever possible, I will try to avoid looking at them straight on just because I don't want that chance to happen. So Tower 2, pretty straightforward. Do a couple puzzle things. You get in, save the world, you get out. I like to liken this game to Zelda in a lot of ways. There's a big emphasis on exploration, on puzzle solving, on exploring the world. And the progression path is almost, you could even say it's almost similar to A Link to the Past in a lot of ways. Because what'll happen is you start off, don't go into a dungeon, you find the key item, use the key item, leave. And then towards the end of it, say, once you get past like Skull Woods, you'll also start running into situations, start needing outside items. You can't do Swamp Palace without flippers. Can't do Turtle Rock without Ice Rod. Things like that. So you have to explore the world in order to get the items you need to get into this dungeon. But thankfully, there's not too much of it. It can be kind of confusing at times. This is very much an RPG where you have to talk to pretty much everybody in a town in order to kind of figure out where you're going. Coming up here, this is Tower 3. This is the first source of any kind of real RNG in the game. It has to do with the boss of this tower. As you notice, Tower 2 did not have a boss. Tower 1 had a kind of mini-boss in those 4 red hubballs. This one has another mini-boss, and it is a cadet that splits into pieces. You need to hit the right one 3 times, and the right one is completely random. Sometimes you'll get fakeless, sometimes you'll get 9 fakes. It's all G right now. You'll also start to notice here, after I took damage, my health is going to regenerate. That is exclusive only to the and only during the spear. So I think that's something we get to have, or I can afford to be pretty reckless. And once I leave here with my HP, you'll see that our little bit of RNG right there, where the mina bodied me trying to get past. Tower 3 is pretty straightforward. Just collect a couple rocks, you get through some traps in the easiest way for us to do this is to move down, force him down. What's going to happen is I'm going to move up, attack when he comes down. This way it just happened where because what I want to do is I want to be able to hit him, and so you can see right there as well, I got stunned twice, but since I was already in the middle of the slice animation, it was allowed to push. 3 fakes. What was it, 2? That wasn't a 2. That wasn't a terrible fight. I guess I would say that's pretty average. Generally, you can get away with probably up to 4 or 5 before you kind of just want to reset at a principal top level. But cadets down, and then we move on. We raise another continent. Oh, next tower. So as far as story goes so far, since we have a little bit of downtime right now, the story starts off. You're in bed, we're asleep. Elle comes in to talk to you. She's kind of upset with you because you made a mess of the Weaver's house the day before, and the Elder wants to speak with you. Go speak to them. And he goes, hey, go apologize to him. We're kind of a jerk. So Ark goes over and apologizes to the head Weaver. And upon returning to the Elder's house where he lives, he finds that the Elder is gone, and those 4 guys want to break down the door that sealed, and they know not to go in. At that point, you are given a choice. You can break down the door, as I did. It's faster. Or you can actually decline and leave. And what'll happen is the guys will break down the door. Or I'm trying to remember, they may not actually break down the door, but I know they do get sucked into the door and get frozen, and then you have to break it down anyway. But you'll find them in those couple stair sections before you get to the bottom floor. That kind of like is supposed to be your hint that, hey, something weird going on. Watching the cutscene, actually, they end up getting scared because you broke down the door and they leave the room. And then you just go in anyway. Doesn't change anything, but it's a little nice flavor. So, poggers to you, chat. Poggers to all of you. So now we get to go to tower number 4. Tower number 4 is the first instance where you have to loot an item from this dungeon in order to progress. Do not get this item or you cannot progress the game. And I'll explain why when we get to that point. But first, we have a mini boss fight against 3 cadets. Unlike the last one, there are no fakes in this round. This is just a straight fight. Well, want to try to kill them up near the top like this. And the reason why is that spikes holding you in are going to break with them. And it saves you a little bit. So this one is kind of a maze. There's a lot of holes you can fall into. You have to get to a certain area for items. I am going out of my way right now to pick up some Magirocks. Because again, this is Magirock %. What do you get? I actually have to pick up all of the Magirock. Easy. Good morning to you. So now we're just going through the tower. We're trying to avoid enemies. A lot of these enemies can't be one-shot by me, so it's not really going out of my way. It's kind of unfortunate. This rope is actually Kaizo. The hitbox for this rope is kind of ridiculous at times. I have lost too many runs to not being able to walk on that rope. And the reason why that's bad is, as you can see, when I fell down a couple of floors. And it wastes a lot of time to have to get back up there. So now that we have all the Magirocks outside of like the intended path, we can go on the intended path now. So this one is just going to be pretty much enemy skipping. Like I said before, I can't really one-shot them. They don't give enough experience that it's really worth my time. And I really don't need the levels right now. Speaking of which, levels are actually very important. Your stats are very important to the speedrun. But this right here, this is the crystal thread. This is the key item you pick up. You can tell by the fanfare. Do not get this, you cannot continue to the tower. You are just going to have to. You will get there, and nothing will happen. We collect our last Magirock, and with that, we only have any boss of Tower 4, and we are done. This is basically an auto-scroller. We just have to hit that final golden one until they run out. So, after we've all enjoyed the music a little bit, as you can tell, they come from a set area, so it's actually not, it's a very easy fight. Just do it kind of like that, and you're done. With that, we are done with tower number 4. 1 tower left. 2 more of these cutscenes. As you get to the end of this, you'll kind of notice that the world is actually starting to get kind of fleshed out now. Pretty cool. But as I was mentioning earlier before the fight, stats are very important. Strength is extremely important to this run. The difference of 1 level can be you doing 25% damage to 100% damage. Just a single level, 1 strength worth of stat is enough to do. So, as you might guess, we have to do grinding in this game. And that's really where the game is. The heavy RNG in this game comes with the grind. There is a fight about an hour into the run that we're going to get to that basically determines whether your run lives or dies. And then again, in a smaller kind of sense, about 35 minutes or so. But what we try to do is grind efficiently. So you grind at a point where maybe in risk of dying, but you can also get in, get out, don't have to grind, for several days. That is kind of what we're hoping for. That being said, I am going to take a safe route so that even if this does fail, I will be able to continue the run. It'll just be a smidgen more difficult. So tower number 4 done. Now, normally, casually, you would head to tower 5. You will get into the tower, and the guardian, the cloaked figure, will appear. He will say something to you, and he will attack you, and the attack will push you out of the tower. And, there's really nothing you can do about it because he freezes you, which is where the crystal thread comes in, why it's so important. We're going to go talk to our girlfriend Elle, who unfroze back on the first tower. She is going to take the thread and knit us a cloak that will keep us protected. And I'm willing to bet you're kind of aware where this is going to go. So we give her the thread, kind of avoid everybody, and we go to bed. Mark loves to sleep. He's going to be sleeping a lot in this game. I think it's his favorite thing to do. He also has a really bad habit of falling out. That also happens a lot. So everybody's asleep, but can't sleep because I don't know, zero reason. So we're gonna go check up on Elle and see how she's doing. Oh look, she's staying up late night just to knit us something. It almost brings a tear to your eye. Also, L is best girl. Don't let anybody tell you other. So we have a little bit of a conversation with him. Tells us to go back to bed, be done in the morning. And, you know, not being one to argue. Go, okay, I go back to bed. So shout outs to this music. The OST in this game is very good. I might start being a little bit quiet later on, just because I like to listen to the OST, but I'm not explaining kind of what's. So anyway, night is over. It's time to go pick up our clothes. So we can go finish the tower, and you'll see me doing that there, where I'm kind of swaying from side to side. That is actually faster. It's something similar to pumping in the past, but it does work in every direction. Right here, there's one dialog box, and you can hold both L and select. It will close the text box on the first available frame. It will open your menu on the first available frame. Small optimization. Very important there that you go into your inventory and equip the cloak. If you do not, it does not work. And I have definitely gotten all the way to Tower 5, walked into the room, gotten pushed out, and I couldn't figure out why until I realized, oh, I forgot I never even equipped the cloak. Thankfully, you don't have to watch the whole cutscene again, but it does waste time. So, here we are, tower number 5, last tower. We're almost done with the tutorial. Get frozen. Guardian appears. Tries to boot us out, but fancy new cloak repels it, and we are allowed to continue. So we skip all the enemies here. There's not really anything to do in this dungeon. There's just a bunch of enemies that you would have encountered earlier, and normally you would walk up through that little light section there and you would fall out of the tower because there's a hole up there. But we don't do that. So now we go to the first boss fight, the first real boss fight. This is Shadowkeep. If you noticed, I did mention earlier swaying from side to side like I do is faster. The reason I don't do it here is I have a very good reason for it. And I will explain it to you. Get to the last phase of the fight. So as you can see, my slicer attack that I'm doing right now. Nope, doesn't want to be now. So as you can see, my slicer attack that I was using there gives me a bunch of iframes. So I'm able to pass through the boss, all of the attacks, and into the hitbox and get a double attack off of it. That was unfortunate. But you'll notice right now he's doing a tail attack. The reason I do not move off of the pixel I start this room on is because if you do not move off of that pixel, he cannot do this attack. So as you can see, I'm kind of trying to go back and forth and find the pixel again without wasting any. But since he's almost dead, I'm not going to bother to do it. With that, a Shadowkeep. You'll also notice I said it was kind of unfortunate earlier. The reason I did is when Arc levels up, he gains invincibility, and he also radiates damage, which means that if an enemy were on top of me, they would be repelled from me and take damage. Now, since a boss can't be repelled, if I level up inside of that boss's head hitbox, I can deal damage to it while I'm leveling it. It saves a lot. It's not something that we see too much often past this point. That's pretty much the only time where it's useful. But it is something kind of cool. Get to see it happen. Fortunately, I just got kind of bad damage rolls, so it deals a little bit too much damage. If I had done just a little bit less, I wouldn't have done it on the second hit when I'm inside of him. But now, done it. Cleared all the towers, we resurrected them. And now we have to go talk to the Elder and find out, hey, so everybody's saved now. What happens? this is the point, like I said, this is where the game starts to actually pick up. You're out of the tutorial now. You don't have that safety stand there. Your levels, your armor, your equipment, healing items, all of these things start becoming very important at this point. This game is not terribly difficult once you get used to it, but it is very punishing. I have died many, many, many times in a lot of this, pretty much everything past here. Also, enjoy the underworld while you can, because we are not going to hear it again a very long time. All right, back in Krista. So we have to go see the Elder. You'll see me when I jump through the door there. That's the kind of same concept as doing a slicer through a door. It can save frames if you time it right, but you can also kind of bonk on the ceiling of it. I'll try to show you right. You see I had like a little pause in there where I couldn't go down because I was too high up. That can slow you down, so you kind of have to time it. Also doesn't save very much, so it's not really worth it. Normally right there you would talk to the Elder and he tells you to go off east of the village. But when you get there he talks to you and they say, hey, you know, there's something you forgot. Because he kind of tells you, yeah, you're going to be leaving for a while. So to skip that dialogue, we just go see Elle. Elle's sad. She doesn't want to see us because she knows we're going away for a while. So she kind of talks to us a bit. She wishes us luck, and we leave. Now we're at the hole. This is the first instance of where your decision matters. So you count 3 boxes right here. Take the bottom option, and it's 8 boxes. If I chose the top option there, I would have to listen to that, or go through that entire sequence again. Well, not the entire sequence, but he would say some stuff, and then I'd have to open the text box again, choose the bottom option, or I'm allowed to continue. It wastes time, so you generally kind of don't want to try to over. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. Let me know if that's any better. So we jumped through the hole. Now we are in a place we don't recognize. Everything's all red and barren. And as far as we know, we are the only living thing wherever we are. But, spoilers. We're in the world. The actual overworld. So thank you, Ash. Appreciate the good luck. So we go inside. This is the very first non-tutorial dungeon. This is Rotary. Rotary is, this is kind of where your stats, like I said, are going to matter. I'm going to run past all of these enemies because I deal hardly any damage to them, and it is not worth my time to try to kill them. I only kill what is necessary for me to continue. Kill those 2 fishes, go over the bridge that somehow gets made when they die. Don't ask me, I don't know. But this dungeon is also where it gets very Zelda-like. There are 2 items we need to complete this dungeon. And we are on our way to our first one right now. These monkeys can be kind of trolls if they decide to like leap down into you. It's kind of annoying. You can see there, doing the slider attack allowed me to pass through that enemy before it was able to attack me. I picked up the health potion there. That health potion is not like a heal. It actually increases your max HP, and it is not at all important until the final boss. Like, it does absolutely nothing for me before then, where it's actually, it helps a lot. This flower has 20 HP, can deal between 4 and 6 damage, but I got I still got a force cycle despite hitting a crit, which is kind of funny. You also notice here, I leveled up, and by grabbing that spirit, I also got healed. For whatever reason, this is the only dungeon in the game where that is a thing. Like, you could talk to spirits later, but none of them heal you. That only happens in this dungeon. And I don't know if it was like a safety the developers decided to give us or what. No idea. But anyway, it's nice. Because that means I can take damage on like Shadowkeeper and in the dungeon and not have to worry about my HP. So the first item we picked up is that leaf, and that leaf allows us to swim. So yeah, swim now. Cool. Now we start, there's a very long climb up. No real way to skip this part of it, I'm afraid. Kind of have to go all the way back up. But we have the first item we need. As you might imagine, the second item is locked behind something that we do swim with. So again, we're just going to be avoiding these enemies whenever possible. Running through all this. We can block projectiles from that. We're going to lift it. We're going to throw it and kill 2 monkeys for a little bit of extra experience. Not vital, but it does help later on. Alright, we did it. That's what we needed that leaf for that one jump. Now we grab the second item. Finish this dungeon. These dewdrops are very important because casually you might run in here and you would actually probably accidentally find the boss room, like right away. There's no boss key or anything like that that keeps you from going in there. So you would go in and then you would be poisoned, kicked out. And that's what these dewdrops stop. So we go in there, we pick up the leaf armor. It's a little bit of safety, doesn't cost hardly any time. And then we go into the item menu, we use the health potion, and we use the dewdrops. Pick up our last Magirock, and now we are going to this. Now you might imagine, how am I going to kill the boss if I can't even quickly kill enemies? Like, doesn't that seem a little weird? That can't possibly be right. Well, turns out that this boss we are going to right now does a couple of very unique things, unlike most RPGs. The first one is you can actually farm experience on this boss. And not only can you farm experience on this boss, but the experience you farm on this boss is better than a lot of other grinds you can get to at this point in the game. So it's actually a good thing that we cannot do full damage to the boss. So you'll see me doing a lot of slicer attacks in this first phase to try to force this baby parasite out of here. It is not damage dealt, it is number of hits dealt. So it doesn't matter how much damage I deal, it just matters how I hit it. So what we're going to be doing now, I'm going to be hitting the boss in a kind of rhythm like this, and I have to hope that he spits out those little babies. Because each baby gives 10 experience for every kill you do. It's very quick to do, as you can see, and that's a lot better experience than any of these enemies give. This is also the first really big source of RNG. A bad parasite fight can kill your run. You want to try to be level 10 by the end of this fight. That is pretty much bare minimum to continue. But in most cases, we hope to get level 10 before we kill the boss. So we are going to be here for quite a little bit of time. There's not really too much to talk about. Little worm that you see going back and forth, it can only go one hole higher or lower than the one it starts from. So I can kind of tell, based on where it is, how safe I am. The parasite itself, if you stand where I'm standing, the parasite cannot hit you. You can literally stand right here and you will never die. Just face down to kill the babies whenever they come out. Sub 4 I don't think is possible, Ash. But I will try. And then you'll also notice the rhythm I do is I want to attack him when the eye opens, because I want him to roll his next attack sooner. I'm hoping I don't get 2 rolls. I'm hoping I don't crit, because both of those are bad. Boss only has about 110 HP, so a 1 versus a 2 is a massive difference in the amount of chances I get to do this. Also, do not want to do a slice attack into the boss, because he is weak. Yo, thank you for the good luck. I appreciate it. It's actually giving me really good luck right now. It's kind of surprising. Usually I don't get this good at the start. You see, I did the slice up there because I didn't know where that worm was gonna go, and that gives me just enough iframes that if it came up into where I was, I would be able to like pass by. That being said, there's not too much going on. Just killing babies, getting experience, leveling up, trying not to get hit by bugs. Now, normally you would probably try to do this farm a little bit longer if you could in most cases, but it's not reasonable, and the reason why is, again, going back to how strength is, because at level 10 I start dealing full damage to him rather than the 1 or 2 that. So it's not, I can't really keep that up when I'm dealing 4 damage per hit. You know, it basically cuts my possible farm down into a quarter. But you never know. Get really lucky, you can just block all your hits. Something to note too is when he comes out of the hole and does the dive downward, the hitbox isn't active until he's fully out. So if I run past it and it looks like I should take damage, that's why I don't. But again, not really too much going on at the level 8 is where experience starts to slow down. Level 9 can take a while. I want to try not to take damage here if I can help it. There is a free heal I can get after this boss. It costs a little bit of time. I'm probably going to take it anyway. But you know, it's time loss you really don't want to. And it's probably not worth it in most cases to like take a damage off of something just to get it a little bit faster. So level 9. We need, I believe it's 6 more sets of these, not including this one, in order to get our level 10 on kill. So that 3 was kind of bad. That's a little unfortunate. That was a high roll crit. Not what you want to see. But thankfully it's only been 1 and I haven't gotten too many double hits, or I've gotten no slices in. So we're probably okay. Level 10 is important for the next dungeon because, you know, like I said earlier, I generally do not want to waste time killing things if I can't kill them quickly. And level 10 is the point where I have a fairly good chance to one-shot most enemies in this dungeon. So it allows me to go through, kill enemies, and get experience at the same time. I don't have to really waste any time on extra hits and the like. As we're wrapping up here, I actually didn't mean to do a slicer through for whatever reason, but it worked out either way, so I can't complain. And I did wait right there because, again, I wanted to do an attack through the worm, but it didn't go off, and I did not believe I could. Inputs are kind of finicky in this game. Or maybe it's just me. So, a little unfortunate. I didn't reach level 10 before the kill, far off, so it's just... So, that is Parasite in Rotary. First real dungeon of... To continue with the story thus far, the Elder sends us back up here to resurrect all life on Earth. And the first stop is plants. Just so happened because we are in that area. Parasite in the Raw Tree, where the Raw is the father of all plant life. We are able to bring flowers back. See the little cutscene, flower sending out at the spores and pollen and such in order to repopulate. And then we get this our first taste of like the Mode 7. It's actually well done. It's pretty okay. World barren. And oh, it's all green. The sky is blue. I don't know why plants make the sky blue, but I'm sure, you know, there's an actual scientific reason. Now, normally you could do a bit of exploring right here. You could find some paths that you think you need to go to, but you can't access for a reason. And that's going to be our first stop. Everybody save. There's flowers. Plants bloom. We're going to talk to the raw tree. This is very important because one, it gives you a grass pin, which is a full heal kind of spell. And also because getting the grass pin counts as getting a Magirock. So it is actually required. That little plant I ate gave me full health. Now, as for Magirocks, I bet you might be wondering what their intended use in this game is. Well, Magirocks act as your MP. So the more Magirocks you have, the more your maximum MP is. But each spell you get is a one-time use. So you would have to buy a second grass pin if you wanted to use one again after the one I have now. Buying them costs Magirock and money, and then using them gives back the Magirock. So it's not like a finite resource. You buy as many as you want, but the more Magirocks you have, the more spells you're able to hold. So we are in the second dungeon of the overworld. This is Greycliff. As you may have noticed, inside of Rawtree, I was kind of seeming like I was sliding off of corner walls. You'll see a lot of that in here because doing that is actually a little bit faster than doing. So doing that little boost right there saved just a little bit of time. Same for like anything here. You notice when I hit that rock enemy, I only did 5 damage, and I did say that level 10 was required to do a lot of, have a good chance of one-shotting these enemies. Well, that's true, but I need to pick up a new weapon first because I'm still using the starter weapon. So at this very moment, none of these kills is really worth me going for because I can't really do anything about it. My weapon isn't strong enough. I go out of my way there to pick up a strength potion. Again, strength stats, very important. But I also don't use it yet. It's like I was saying, it doesn't really matter. It's not gonna give me enough damage to like do anything. And I do have to I have to go inside my menu right now anyway. These enemies right here that I went out of my way to kill, those are called Quakers. If they touch the ground from their from dropping in, and you are not already in the air or they live, they will stun you for a very long time. I mentioned earlier that L will go through and close text boxes at the first possible frame, but it also has the ability to talk to NPCs and activate items on the first possible frame. So that's what I did there. I did a slicer through them, and using the iframes from the slicer, I was able to activate that chest before I took damage. So now, as you see, with the rock spear, I now do enough damage to these enemies that I can effectively, you know, a good majority of the time one-shot them with certain attacks. We're gonna be hoping for some RNG on that mud doll that I fought earlier. Anyway, on that mud doll I fought earlier, because there is a role that exists where that mud doll survives and it hits you. Thankfully, we didn't get. So now we're just kind of climbing through this area on the vines that we made when we freed all the plants. Not that you could get here before then anyway. Those rocks right there, rock spear is required to break them. If you didn't have it, that's where you would kind of forced to go the other direction to get it. Really the only intended purpose of that item. These are Borfists. Borfists are kind of lame sometimes. It's RNG, and you can see I did not get the roll that time. But it's not worth me waiting for it to come back up, so I just move on. Small little falling puzzle right here where you can take different paths, get to different places. See a lot of corner boosting right here. I pretty much just run straight to the left and go where I need to go. I have these little mini Quakers. They don't really do anything too interesting. They have low health. Just pop out of the ground. Come into a room full of Quakers. Again, nothing really too interesting. Kill them as you go. Take shortcuts. Right here is a fair amount of RNG. We're going to try to kill all of these birds. And yeah, really kind of bad RNG right there. But it's okay. It doesn't really change much in the long run. It's just a little bit better when you're able to kill most of them. One attack. Now we got the second item we need to complete this dungeon. We got the Talon. You may have noticed in earlier areas there are these pockmarks in the wall. Well, that's what the Talons are for. It lets you climb those walls. Fortunately, they don't really get used too much outside of this dungeon. It's actually kind of really a shame, I think. So now we are heading to the final area. We are collecting our second to last Magirock right now. These Borfists, they have a shot to get one-shotted by that slider attack that I'm doing, but it is not a very good one. So I only really want to do it if the situation kind of presents itself like that I can get out safely. And we have approached. Now, I would only be doing this until moving on to the boss, which is where pretty much all Terranigma runs go to die. But I want to be safe. We are going to be here for quite a bit longer, unfortunately. We're going to be here until level 14. And the reason why we're going to do that, I'll explain when we're closer to the boss. At level 10, you have a not really great chance to one-shot them with your slider. At level 11, only the lowest roll of the slider does not one-shot them. At level 12 and up, every roll one-shots. So I'm kind of going through here, waiting for it to show a 33. If I see 33, I need to try to react quick, take any damage. So as you see right there, that was kind of unfortunate. I was kind of damned if I do, damned if I don't, because I couldn't turn around and hit both of them at the same time. But generally, as long as the 33 is not on the first one, then it's usually pretty easy to recover from it. Unless, you know, I happen to push him way off to the right like that. So, in other news, we are going to be here for a little bit. I'm afraid just for safety reasons. But how you doing, chat? You have any questions? Anything going on? I hope your morning's going well. Hope you're enjoying this so far. I do love this game. I guess since there's not much else going on at the moment, I can mention that there are multiple versions of the game. Like I said, the game was pretty big in Europe and Japan. It does have an English version, but it runs, you know, it's English PAL, so it only runs at about 50 whatever FPS. It's a little bit slower. It's kind of I don't want to say it's easier, but you have more reaction time for just because it does run a little slower. Then you have a Spanish version, German version, Japanese version, which I don't think is the only 60. But we play on Japanese text speed, run speed. So level 12. This is where, like I said, I would be heading to the next boss right now to do the next grind. Because it is much more optimal than this one. This one costs about 6 seconds per room, and I need 11 rooms to get the same amount of experience as I would get doing the grind, the next one. But it is very not marathon safe. And I guess I can kind of go into it before. So much like the last boss, we are going to farm experience on the very next boss called Dark Twins. And they are a pair of birds. The difference here is the game does not update the flag that the boss is dead until after the cutscene that plays with the boss. So if you had a way to do so, could reset and go fight the boss basically as many times as you want. But we can do something kind of like that. The fight is interesting in that it has these two zones on the left and right side of the arena where if you slide off, you will reset the boss. And the reason this is important is, as you may remember earlier to the door skip that I did, you do maintain a little bit of momentum. As, you know, like before a text box or something like that, a cutscene happens. So what we do actually weaken the boss and then kill it at the same time we void out of the arena. And this yields us a lot of experience. Like I said, the boss itself is equivalent to about 11 rooms of what I'm doing. So kind of hoping that that goes well. The reason I'm doing level 14 is that there's another thing called a setup kill you have to do, where on a kill that would level you up, you have to do a very specific kill, because leveling up actually does rob you of all of your momentum, and so you can't do the slide kills. You have to be off the arena and then hit it in order to. And the reason why it's unsafe is damage rolls for the first thing. You can get high damage rolls and kill faster than you do. You can crit and kill the bird when you do not want to do it. And there's a, you know, the bird itself is actually also very RNG heavy. This is, like I said, the most RNG heavy like part of the run. This is where a vast majority of your runs get reset, is at this boss. So what we're gonna do is at level 14, if I only need to do 2 slider kills, and then I will be able to continue the run basically no matter what happens. And the chances of me failing a slider kill are extremely low unless I do something like risky. But I'm going to attempt to get as far as I can within a reasonable kind of time frame, because this, like I said, is a really good experience farm when it goes well, and it does save me from having to grind later on a much less efficient one. So that being said, should be kind of close now on getting 14, so it won't be too much longer. That will be. We can kind of go over the specifics of the bird itself, like the attacks, what you want to look out for, what you want to avoid, kind of thing. It does better to have that visual alongside it. Any money I get here is kind of inconsequential, but I mean, it does add up over time, and it can be helpful. If my luck is kind of bad when I need to grind money, this might come in handy. We need about 6,600 gems at about Probably about the, I don't know, I think it's the 3-hour mark in this run. Get a certain piece of armor from the shop. Alright, level 14. So, now we get to go to Bird. Hopefully Birds treats us well. Some good RNG, we don't waste too much time. We get to show off a bit of what happens. Like I said, crits, very, very bad here. Thankfully, I should not be able to one-shot it with my stab attack, I believe, unless I get the highest possible roll and it also crits, which is a very, very low chance of happening. You know, let's hope we don't see that before it's time. First thing, we hold block as we start because those pin attacks can be blocked. Now you can hit the boss while it's in the air like that if it's low enough, but since we're trying to kill it with the attack like this, we don't really want to do that. So right there I weaken the boss a little bit because I'm not terribly comfortable trying to slide and double hit in a marathon setting, so I'd rather just take it a little bit slower. Now we're just waiting for a second dive to finish it, and hopefully it's not a center dive, which is the riskiest one to do. The bird up top, the second bird that spawns, only does so when the first bird is under half HP. The bird has 80 HP. And he said he just kind of poops on you, flies around. He also is what stops this fight from being manipulable. It's because he advances RNG constantly, so there's no way to manipulate this fight. Otherwise, that would be something that we would probably do, just because this fight can be very volatile in time. So you see there, I killed him, and he slid off. Now, I got the experience for killing the boss instantly, but because the boss is still alive according to the game, because that cutscene did not finish playing, I get to fight it again. So yeah, this is what we kind of hope for. We kind of want dives to be faster than what I'm getting. At the world record level, I believe it's a dive like roughly every 20 seconds, which is crazy. So this one here, this is important. It's kind of high. I think this can work. So this is the setup kill, and the reason this is important is now I have to kill him off the left side of the arena. I have to do it while I'm already in the air. So what I'm going to do is on the next dive, I'm going to do a spin attack, and then I'm going to jump off the left side and do another spin attack. And hopefully kill him with it. I need to do 39 damage. So doing that, because I was... actually, would I have that wrong? Yes, I did. Oh. Oh, I know why. It's 4 when you start it. Oops. Oh well. Anyway, that was a setup kill. So yeah, if you if this one fails, at least you know what it looks like. At this point, it doesn't really matter though. I can continue the run no matter what happens. But like I said earlier, during a level up, you are robbed instantly all of your momentum. And being robbed of your momentum means that if I try to do a slider, I would just level up where I stand, and then I wouldn't be able to continue this. That's why that kill is kind of important. If the bird dives like extremely far left, you can catch it during a slide while you're already off. It's very tight though. That was a shame. Still kind of my fault. I could have avoided that, but I didn't. Missed it. I went for kind of something a little bit riskier right there because, like I said, at this point, it doesn't really matter what I do. So I'm just trying to, I want to show off a little bit more. This is the boss's attack, which is why those little kill zones, not the kill zone, set points exist. This will try to push you off. And I'm getting like right. But this is fine. That's kind of an unfortunate dive. I'm gonna go for it though. Nope. Almost had it. Didn't work. My HP doesn't actually matter too much here either. that the fact that I equipped this box that I'm wearing right now lets me use the bird pin. It's questionable. Very unfortunate right now. Like, I'm actually getting really good luck. And I am not able to, like, do anything with it. Wow. That was exceptionally terrible. That was 2 very low rolls in the stab. Anyway, if this goes on for too much longer, I'm probably just going to continue on. This is kind of monk-ass at the moment. Getting low rolls a lot, and I'm getting kind of questionable not kills. Some of which were my fault. But I was kind of hoping we could at least get to 16 or 17 before this was over, because it makes the next areas a lot safer. Alright, we at least got to 15, so that helps. So at 15, there's a fairly good chance that my slider attacks will start one-shotting it, so I don't really need some supplemental damage much anymore. And it also kind of makes things a little bit faster. Early levels can be kind of difficult because you have to really know your damage rolls. And you have to kind of react well to the RNG in addition to everything else. So that was pretty lucky. This one should be for round 2 for the next level up. Hopefully I don't waste too much more time. So you see there, I meant to slide off, but I got tagged. Look at that. But it worked out. I'm also kind of unfamiliar with the 14 experience route because it's been such a long time since I've done it. Like I said, I normally do level 12. At level 16, every slider is a one-shot, so I don't need to do kind of pre-damage for these. I'm gonna assume this is a 4. If I'm wrong, then it doesn't matter. Alright, this one should level up. This one should just be a stab spin, which means I don't really take in the extra bird anymore. Because my stabs do enough damage now that I can get close to one shot, or it's not quite one shot, but if I crit, I think I always one shot 16. The goal for this grind is to get to level 19. Anybody got an idea how long I've been here for? Just know I don't really want to spend too much time, any more time grinding, because I really don't grind anymore. At this point, it would just save a little bit of time later. I should also note at this point, we are massively overleveled for like the next like 3 dungeons. We are like not in danger of anything for the next 3. It's kind of crazy how much experience this boss gives. No idea. Okay, we'll just do. Let's see, what time do I have? Do it for about another 3 minutes, because then I should be able to save at least that much time later. And whatever happens then we'll go. Anyway though, my poor execution aside, this has actually been not terrible RNG. I could actually do a lot of this if this were an attempt. You know, if I hadn't like failed to do dives that which is not really terrible. That was a mid dive like that. That was kind of a little risky, but it's also kind of cool. So I'm gonna do it. All right. Nope, that was not a level up. Thankfully, at level 18, it's pretty much just kill him at that point. You don't really need to wait on anything else. So it looks like we're actually going to be able to get the full grind done Well, not the full grind, but, you know, level 14 to 19. Which is actually pretty good. It's actually pretty good. So at this point, I'm just going to do slides until I kill him now. Like, I'm not gonna attempt to do anything else. Level 19 at the end of this is kind of where you want to be. The reason why is it lets you skip a grind later. It gives you just enough experience where I can also skip picking up a certain weapon that I would normally pick up because it's a lot safer. I may do it anyway because it's not terribly far out of the way for this route, but there's really no reason. So that being said, thankfully this is probably the longest grind section in the game. There is one more that we do later that takes a couple minutes, but past that there's like I'm not gonna try it. I also you'll notice that I am trying to move back and forth, trying to get the bird off screen faster so it spawns in faster. Saves time over the duration because you generally get a lot of these. The hardest part about this fight, I would say, you know, learning it, is kind of recognizing where the bird is going to dive. Because there's so many different dive locations, you want to be able to react quickly. Because as soon as it doesn't shoot those pins at you, you know it's going to dive, you just don't know where. And you need to be on the right side to capitalize. So we should have, I think, about 2 more kills now. Done. Maybe one more, possibly. Like I said, normally I'm actually pretty familiar with this at level 12. It's 6 kills. It's 6 kills to beat 19. But at 14, the experience route is a little bit different. You need 20 some odd kills, I believe, 12 to reach 19. And at 14, 16 or 17. About 3 minutes past. Come on, get more. One more dive. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. The funny thing about this, it's supposed to be like a 1 in 4 chance for it to dive. But it's completely like... Looking at the RNG tables for it, it actually... It's kind of like... there's really long stretches with dive. Cool. There you go. That is a bird fight. Kind of slow, some mistakes, but it actually worked, so I'm happy with it. That's pretty much the one thing I really wanted to do in this run, is I really wanted to complete the bird. I cannot stress enough how RNG heavy that fight is, and you kind of want to get the full every kill you get within about 10 minutes of starting it. Anything past that starts bordering on not worth it territory. If I had crit kill on my 15 setup, I would have opted to do a different route called the magic route. And it's the only time in this, like, pretty much any speedrun this game has, where you actually will use magic for, you know, more than like teleporting out of dungeons or one heal that we get. That lets you skip the grind later on as well, because you manipulate a drop from a lottery event, and you manipulate the drop from the lottery event, and then you use magic to make up for your lack of levels. Magic is actually pretty strong in this game. It just doesn't work on bosses most of the time, if you really want to use it. So we talked to Kingbird there because we just saved the birds. We're going to talk to this stork, and this whole section is not at all inspired by Yoshi's Island. Don't you dare like think that this has anything to do with Yoshi's Island. This is a thing that did not happen at all. But Kingbird tells us that they can't fly very far. because there's no wind, there's no current to carry them. He asks us to go see the being wind cave to wake them up so they can get their wind back. This is like the next trick in the run that we have. We don't really have any, like I said earlier. And then by throwing that last rock in there, I'm able to get some control before this cutscene starts. And using that control, I'm able to walk out of the area while the cutscene is playing. It is not a huge time save. It is very, very minor. But we actually are going to be, from this point on, we're going to be going in and out of the inventory to skip certain text boxes that are not the traditional ones with like blue border or the border and the blue background. But there are text boxes you might have noticed where it just appears on the screen. Use that to skip a lot of those if we can help it. And it is actually talked about in the game, like in the official guide for the game. That is something that they mention you can. So we talked to Kingbird. Kingbird gives us the bird pin. Bird pin, despite being for Magirocks, also lets you heal all status ailments that might be on you. If all goes well, I will never have to use it. But now that we've resurrected the wind, talked to Kingbird, we are going to go to the... Man, this Stark is pretty crazy. It carries us all the way across the ocean. Like, that is pretty nice. So, we are going to the animal kingdom now. You might imagine, we have saved birds, we have saved plants. Now, we want to save animals. But there's no animals here. Also, get your sour please ready. This is, in my humble opinion, the best track in the game. So as you can tell, we are dealing massive amounts of damage to all of these enemies. We're still killing them because, again, experience. We do like experience, and we do need to hit level 21 before the next area. It's important here to wait for that spirit to show up. That spirit is important to progress in this dungeon. We're going to have to do this a couple of times. So any time where I'm going to kill the enemy and I can leave the screen before it spawns, I need to wait for it to spawn. If I don't, then I have to go back in and re-kill it. We skipped that frog there for good reason. As you saw, that text box that showed up when it died, that text box actually stops you from climbing in the hole. And it's not too important here, but those text boxes also carry the effect that they can interrupt your inputs. So if I'm constantly going back and forth on an attack and one of those text boxes show up, I don't repress the buttons, I'm interrupted. And that is a very easy way to die later on in this run. Also, thank you for the sour pleases. Thank you for the dance emotes. I appreciate it. This track is a real banger. And I approve. Anytime you hear this track, spam that to your heart's content. As long as mods allow it. Mods don't allow it. So as you can guess, we saved the 4 spirits, went into the shrine, and after the shrine was finished, brought back a little bit of life to this area. So we have water, we have grass, and thankfully we have access to new areas. Kind of avoid those enemies because that one with the tail is kind of hard to hit. It's not really worth it to go out of my way for that much experience. Also, shoutouts to the last time we are ever going to need a rock spear. These turtles also do that text box, so you'll see right here, I'll try to climb in this hole, but I'll just kind of bonk on it until it lets that text box fades away. this coming up here is probably, in my opinion, this is the hardest puzzle in the game. Is the only clue that you're given is that you need to break that wall. You are not told at all that you need to have the breath from that frog push you into the wall to break it. Continue. I cannot tell you how long it took me to figure that out casually. Magirock. Go to our second shrine, 4 more spirits. Thankfully, this one doesn't have that long cutscene afterwards. As soon as, this part here stops, we're able to continue. So no more, like, waiting around while people monologue. And look, everything's alive. Wowzers. It's almost like magic. I did that for safety because it kind of looked like the projectiles that Frog was going to launch on exploding might have hit me. And they will burn you, so burn is just like a temporary stun effect. Spirit. Spirit. This is actually kind of important to do right here. This Magirock is missable. Get this before going to the next shrine. Will forever, never, ever, ever get it. Much like raw tree ones. The raw tree ones are also missable in a sense. But this is the first instance of a dungeon you can still access later, or it's just gone. So we grab the first 3. We're gonna go grab the last one, which is conveniently. So you can see there, I wanted to do a slicer to hit that enemy, but the text box interrupted my run, so I did a regular stab instead. Thankfully it worked out. So we get our last Magirock, we're gonna go to our last shrine, and then we'll fight the boss of this area, called Stormkeeper. Or, as we lovingly refer to, it's Trollkeeper. Usually he is not big RNG, but when you're on PB pace and you have barely a head after birds, then the RNG that you get here can be kind of annoying. But let's hope he gives us good RNG. Also, want to do some more dances? This is your last chance to hear this music for a very long time. But other than that, really not much else to say here. We're kind of done with the dungeon, so we're just swimming the final boss room. I'm gonna try to pick up some easy experience on the way, but if you guys are not in my path, then I'm not gonna bother. Just most of the time they are. Small thing that people wonder is why don't I go down sooner? It's actually because there's no transition on the right side of those rocks. Transition is on the left side. So we are at the boss. I'm going to go in my inventory and equip this crystal spear again. And the reason I do this is because not all enemies, there is a hello. Kind of monkeys. A lot of enemies have some kind of elemental resistance, and the rock spear is an elemental weapon. The crystal spear is not. We use our grass pin here that we picked up earlier for a full heal, and this has 2 effects. One, it full heals you for the next 2 dungeons, which you don't really generally need. Thank you. That's very good RNG. And moving down right away is probably the best possible RNG you could get, especially if you could double hit him. So aside from getting hit by the fire and getting double hit on it for some reason, right? So anyway, crystal spear does not have elemental properties. So even though it gives me less strength, it still does more damage than rock spear against that boss. And going forward, I don't need to wear any non-elemental weapon, so I can leave this on for the next 2 dungeons. I don't have to swap it out. So we have saved the animals. We have elephants and giraffes and all sorts of stuff running around in the background there. Actually, I'm pretty sure it's just elephants and giraffes. I guess those are the only two animals that exist in this lore. Well, and lions. Lions exist too. And monkeys. And rhinos. I don't know why none of them run. Alright, so we're back in the animal kingdom. Everybody's alive and okay. Going to the lion's den. As you know, we're the savior. Like, lions aren't gonna hurt us, right? Except these ones. These ones want to eat us. They're hungry. But then Neo, the king of the lions, tells him to stop. You can tell he's the king of the lions because he has a different color palette. So he says, leave us alone. We're gonna all the way up here. We're gonna talk to the queen of the lions. Queen of the Lions tells us that her son, Liam, is taking his test to become an adult, and she hasn't heard from him. And we're gonna go find out what's up with Liam. Now, I don't know about you, but when I play speed games, my absolute favorite thing in a speed game is a section where I can do absolutely nothing to make it fast. Or, more commonly known as an auto-scroller. And wouldn't you know, this game in its, attempts to please literally everybody has an auto-scroller. So Liam, he likes to walk very slowly to the end of each screen. And there is nothing I can do to make it fast. And so we just have to wait. So we play fun games like, stabbing to the beat of the music, running around rocks, counting how many times we can do it, running circles around Liam. But again, he does have a pretty banging soundtrack, so it's not so bad. Now, the important thing to note about this section, you do have to talk to Liam before you leave most screens. It's very important to do it, because if you don't, the screen resets, and you just wasted a whole lot of time. It's very important to not slide off of the screen early as well. I've done that way too many times. That also wastes a lot of time. Thankfully, he does auto-talk, like, if you're nearby him at the end of the screen, so you don't really activate him. And that's kind of important, too, because if you try to, you can accidentally overmash and talk to him again. It doesn't waste a lot of time, but it is, it's an unnecessary time loss. And I'm literally killing these enemies just because I can. Because I have to run all the way back up here, and I have to talk to him. Because he gets lost. He can't see that, this is not the right way. So place your bets now. How many times can we get around these circle of rocks before he gets down to where he needs to be? My best ever is 11. No bets? Okay. I also lost count, so I'm counting on you guys to tell me where. I think that was only 10. Also, very important text box there. You have to make sure you choose the bottom option. Choose any other one, he goes the wrong way, and then you have to go all the way back and start over. That's also the burn effect, in case you missed it from here. That's why you don't want to get hit. Not that it really matters right here. Health basically means nothing to me right now. I'm absolutely in zero risk of dying in any of these dungeons. I can literally like walk into enemies, you know, just be the maximum like dead weight and still win. Thankfully, this is the longest Liam screen. It's almost done. After this, we can do a little bit more to speed it up. So Liam talks to you here, and he actually follows at your pace, so skip by this area. This part can be kind of annoying if you don't know what you're expecting, because you have to cross at the same time, otherwise it falls, or he falls, or you fall. Either way, it's a screen reset. And finally, we get to the last Liam screen. And this is the worst screen. You know, I'm gonna let you see for yourself why this is the absolute worst screen. For as slow as Liam walks the entire rest of this dungeon, it's like, why can't he do these things? Why can't he do this the entire time? Like, look at the head start I have, and look at him. Look at him go. He's basically Usain Bolt right there. He literally just, like Liam, come on, man, help me out. But we're done with that now. So we get to the pseudo boss fight. This is kind of similar to Parasite Phase 1. Actual damage doesn't matter. You just want to hit him a certain number of times. But you have to wait for Liam to bring you the rock. The best you can do to speed it up is pick it up on the first possible frame. By using, again, L, and then throwing it. Thankfully, he goes to pick it up as soon as you pick it up and not when you throw it. So there's not really too much you can do to lose time on this part. I think we're only 1 or 2 hits away from now. It's a pretty chill boss. There's much to talk about. Very easy to dodge the attacks. So yeah, we're done. So we beat the Mud Doll. Mud Doll says he's sorry and he's gonna let us cross. But then he tricks us. Gasp. Shocked. And now Liam, like, what did you do with the big guy? That's what he calls Ark. He calls Ark big guy. Now you get to hear the last bit of the auto speaker. You hear the sounds of combat. Our little buddy Liam is up there fighting that Mud Doll. We also do more text box skipping. As soon as we see the box show up, we go in and out of the menu and that skips it. Like I said, this is specifically mentioned inside of the manual. This particular section is something where it says you are allowed to do this. There are 5 text box total. So 1, 2, and 3. Mud Doll tries to apologize to Liam. Says he's sorry, he really means, but Mud Doll is no more. He might be slow, he might be infuriating, but at least he can kill enemies for us. Little shiny thing that just fell on the ground, that's actually important for later too. But we'll talk about that when we get there. Anyway, and that was our auto-scroller section of the game. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope it was entertaining. So now that we saved Liam, we're gonna go talk to Papa and Mama Lion again. And Papa Lion is gonna give us his tooth. His tooth is like Crystal Spear, but better. We're gonna be using that quite a few times throughout the remainder of this run, as a matter of fact. He's also going to give us permission to cross Eastern River, which we need to get to the next area. Yo, I'm glad to hear that, Happy Guy. Like this game is amazing. I think everybody should play. So we get to the river and look, it's a bridge of rhinos. Isn't that just like the best thing ever? So moving on, we're in Eclamata now. It's all wintry. We're still massively overleveled. We're still collecting all the Magirocks. But we're just gonna kind of run through here. I really don't need too much of this experience. This part is kind of not really Kaizo if I do it right, but I'm trying not to get knocked off by that, if that crystal hits you while you're walking past it, it will knock you off. It's really annoying. And you see, I'm one-shotting everything. I am like in no danger of dying. We have a Yeti taking a bath here. Because why not? But our friend Yomi remarks that these kind of hot spring baths are better when you have like herbs inside, like medicinal herbs. And we're gonna go get a medicinal herb and put it in the hot spring for our buddy, our Yeti buddy. But we conveniently leave out the fact that we just killed, you know, one of his friends. It isn't. Okay. Kind of unfortunate when you get that jump, because there's nothing really. Oh my. How do you know that water wasn't bubbling before he got in? Talk to this flower that's conveniently like blooming there in the mountain. And we get the herb. Also the only item we need for this dungeon. So now we're in the menu, we're going to equip Neofang because we have to equip the herb anyway. And there's like no reason not to. And we are going to walk right out of here. Some of these hitboxes with like the crystals and such kind of don't make sense. And I will forget on occasion which ones you can walk past and which ones you can't. But it's kind of trial and error. That's why that was kind of wonky. You can use medicinal herb from pretty much anywhere, but we go up there just because pretty easy. Then you just run up afterwards. And then because the Yeti we helped him, he's gonna throw us over the water. That's all we needed the herb for. Thanks, Yeti buddy. So we have two Magirocks that are kind of out of the way. Getting through these sections, like, optimally is kind of difficult because there's a lot of RNG enemy movement. Especially if you are trying to get their experience. Then you kind of have to react very quickly. Let's see what happens. That's fine. I didn't have to go out of my way for it, and they didn't hit me, so that's good. These enemies right here are the first example of enemies that take really reduced damage from anything other than like jump attacks. Is why I'm trying to go out of my way to only do these kinds of attacks when I go for them. In fact, the little demons with the pitchforks, they are, I believe they're immune to anything while you're on the ground. I believe if I do anything but a kind of jump attack, they take no damage. Sometimes coming into this little spot there, get an extra burst of speed. Don't really know what causes it. It appears to be RNG. I want to say I might have influenced it, like by doing like a specific set of inputs, but I have absolutely no evidence to back that up, besides the one time that I did inputs and it worked. This is Goat Mom. If you watched Undertale earlier on in the marathon, you know how wonderful Goat Moms are. There's also nothing I can do here. I have to wait for a certain amount of time for it to pass. It has to go dark, and then we have to fall asleep. You can also see Goat Dad there on the right. Goat Dad is no longer with us. Yeah, Avalanche was too much for Goat. Can I get F's in chat for Goat Dad? Then we go to sleep in the cave. And this is actually a fake sleep. You do not get healed from that. So Goat Mom, you know, she wants to get us out. And then we complain, you know, because it's the morning and we're kind of spoiled. We complain we're kind of hungry. So Goat Mom's like, hey, you know, let's eat Goat Dad. And you go, oh, I don't want to eat Goat Dad. And so Goat Mom says, okay, never mind. I'm not going to eat Goat Dad. We're just going to get out of here. No, you cannot actually eat Goat Dad. You cannot agree to eat Goat Dad. And then Goat Mom come to a wall of ice that Goat Mom cannot climb. So we say goodbye to Goat Mom. Hey, Goat Mom. I won't spoil it for you, but I will give you a hint. It does not end well. But the avalanche we triggered happened to get rid of all the water here, so now we can climb down here. So we continue. If you, after this dungeon, as a matter of fact, there is a time skip, you know, and as far as the goes, you can actually come back here, and when you come back, Goat Mom has joined Goat Dad. They are just there. It's very sad. But enough of sad things. We're gonna do some good things. Sometimes you can get that second hit off, sometimes you can't. That one's actually pretty free. You just have to do it fast enough so those wolves don't interrupt your run. Sometimes that guy can hit you right there, and it's really awkward when he does. So anyway, we have collected all the Magirocks. We have done everything we need to do here, so now we're just going to the boss. Not really too much to talk about at the moment. It's just getting through these areas. This boss is kind of one of the cooler bosses in my opinion, just because there's a lot of varied things going on in each of the phases. Even if each phase is not exceptionally difficult, still I still like it from a design standpoint. So this is Dark Morph. Dark Morph has 3 phases. First phase is Yeti phase. This is basically an auto-scroller. Can't really do much to speed it up. These crystals that he throws out right now will detonate if you touch them. So all you can really do to make this faster is you need to detonate at least 2 of them, which at lower levels is they actually deal a fair amount of damage, but at my level they're basically done. And then once he does, you just kind of stand here and let him push you around until the fight's over. But there's been tests done, if you get at least 2, it speeds up the fight by several seconds. But if you don't want to do that, you can literally just hold up and run. Just like this. And you'll never hit anything. So it's a super free fight. Phase 2 is sort of an auto-scroller. It's against a cadet, and it acts a lot like Aghanim does in Link Pass, where you have to reflect his attacks back at him. The difference here between like every other kind of fight like this is that damage actually matters. So getting crits here is good because it speeds up the fight. You also do not want him to do a bunch of teleports around the arena. You want him to just like attack you instantly. Spin attacks, you know, reflect from every angle, so you can just kind of stand in one place and do that. That was a good crit. It's a Wizrobe. But yeah, we're just kind of standing here until he decides to kill himself on us. Nice crit. Good crit. This might be a gold for me, actually. That was a pretty good fight in Neclamata in general. That actually might have been a gold if I was running splits. Or maybe not, I leveled up. So anyway, phase 2 down. Phase 3 is a traditional fight. You just attack him. You kind of do a slider attack at this level and you hope it one-shots. Summons a bunch of bats and then you just kind of avoid them for a while. but each bat has to like return to him to combine, so you don't want to go too far away. Like you don't want to pull him to the opposite side of the arena, because then you have to wait for it to come all the way back. With that, we have finished Acclimata. I bet you wondering, well, we saved plants, we saved birds, we saved animals. What left is there to save? This is where the game, like the story for the game, kind of picks up. This was the resurrection of humans. So now we are not the only human in the world. We're going to see humans, we're going to talk to them, we're going to deal with all the fun things that come with humans. Also, we get a little bit of lore on the food chain in this world. Apparently buffaloes eat plants. You know, I mean, okay, I can see that. That makes sense. You know, they like plants, it's cool. But this is where I'm a little confused right here. Then you got a buffalo just like chilling, minding its own business. And then this huge bird just comes and eats the buffalo. Like, I don't know in what world does a bird eat a buffalo that is not dead. And then you have monsters. And monsters eat birds. Okay, you know, that makes sense too. Monsters are generally pretty strong. Not that particular one. That particular monster is kind of weak. Then you have a shadowy human figure that eats monsters. Okay, I can see that too. I'm a human, I beat up monsters. But apparently, according to this lore, birds eat animals and monsters eat everything but humans. It's me, man. I don't know. But that being said, we are out of chapter 2, and we are into chapter. Like I said, this is probably the point where the actual story for the game starts happening. Because at this point, all we know, we were just some kid from a town, and we have to go resurrect everybody. But now we're getting into motivations for resurrecting the world. You know, why are we resurrecting? Like, what's our purpose here? So it's been about 2 years since we beat Darkmoor, and humans have had a lot of time to thrive. We awaken in Tibet. That's basically where we are. We're Tibet, and we are in a kind of monk-like town. I'm probably butchering the name. It's called like Sad or something along those lines. Anyway, talk to our leader here. He gives us the bone pin. Bone pin is very important because it acts like an escape rope in most RPGs. It will teleport you to the overworld from any dungeon that you happen to be. We're going to be using those about 5 times during this run. So we're going to have to buy some more a little bit later. So we go talk to the old man here. He tells us he came to visit. Alright, Piku. Have a good lesson. I think we'll be fine. So we talk to him, and he tells us that his granddaughter is missing. And, you know, we don't really have any kind of direction on what we want. So we're gonna go, like, take a look for her. Her name is Maylin, and she has gone to a destroyed town a little bit to the east. But first, we're gonna go get a Magirock. This is the first instance of RNG manipulation in this run. And this RNG manipulation is not required. You can definitely do this without it, but there exists cases where this minigame I'm about to do is not possible under the wrong RNG. Whereas by doing it this way, I am guaranteed, as long as I get it right, I'm guaranteed to get it. And even if I don't get it right, I still have an exceptionally high chance to finish this. So at this point, you kind of find out as well that Ark can no longer talk to animals like he could before. He doesn't understand them anymore. So we have to get 30 points in this game. I was a little slow there, so I'm already off, but this is okay. I think I've done this one before. Might not make it. It's too many. Nope, we got it. Cool. Magirock get. And that's the only reason we came back here. The reason we do it now is there's really no like convenient time otherwise to do it. We don't really come back to this area for anything after this. We have everything we need. So we're going to cross the bridge and we're going to go to the next dungeon. So like I was saying before, the old man wants us to find his granddaughter, Maylin. And all we have is that she went to this town in the desert that was destroyed a little bit to the east of where we were. Conveniently after talking to her. Hey, look, it's Maylin. And we come across this town, which is very much not destroyed. A little, a little odd. We talked to this guy for, because he doesn't know what to do with his money. And we tell him to take his money to his grave. No, don't give it to anybody. This is important later. But I'll tell you why when we get there. Also, pick up that Magirock. That is the only chance you ever have to pick up that one. As soon as you get finished this section, that one's gone forever. Turbo here is a kind of jerk in getting him out. But we talked to Maylin. She tells us to get out. But, we still haven't really figured out why the town is, not dead. Because, we were told that this town should be dead. Well, there's a reason for that. We're going to find out very shortly. You notice I have no HUD. I cannot attack, so I can't do any slicers through it. So I don't bother. But Mark's tired. He went all the way back to the Animal Kingdom. And he's tired again, so he wants to go to sleep. We go to sleep. But something is different. Music changed. Oh no, they're zombies. Whoa. Oh, wow. I don't even... How could this happen? Why are there zombies now? So anyway, something as you can guess, something is very wrong here. At level 20, there is nothing like threatening about any of these enemies. So I kind of go out of my way to kill them. Because they do have, they do give a fair amount of experience. And this is the primary reason you want to get to level 19 on the birds, is because you can beat a lot of these enemies in one-shots without having the light rod, which is a weapon you can pick up here. But casually, like Hab Guy is kind of alluding to, when you come here the first time, you are much lower level. These enemies are far more dangerous at lower levels than they are at the level I'm at. Also, you do kind of want to try to pick up money here, because you will need a little bit for later. You don't have to. Probably be okay without it. It's just, it's nice to have. So we're just kind of running through right now. We're picking up a little bit of some Magirocks. To the right side of this area is where the light rod is. And casually, if you do this, you should definitely go pick up the light rod. It's a very good weapon. Very useful for like these areas. But I don't need it, so we're gonna skip it. I also have like basically 0 chance of dying here, so I'm not going to bother trying to I don't really care about my health, because I'm gonna get healed before it matters. Yeah, this dungeon is also kind of confusing casually. This is another one of those 2 item dungeons. The first one being the scarf we picked up in Maylin's room, which, I mean, casually, it's kind of hard to notice. I would not be surprised at all if you missed it. But we're going to pick up the second item right now, which is important to get to the items. Yeah, this dungeon is really a really tough point casually. That's definitely like the case. You fall in this hole, and this is the first chest. This is the item you need. This tag stops ghosts from grabbing you. And ghosts in this level kind of act like wall masters in Zelda games. If you get picked up by it, it teleports you to the start of the area. But we're actually going to use that right now, because it's faster than walking out. As soon as we get teleported back to the start, we're going to equip the tag, because we need it to get through the area coming up. I moved a little bit too far down. Normally you can kind of like slide through all those tables. This is what you need to tag for. Because if you don't have the tag, these enemies grab you and they teleport you out. So we don't really need it for anything else. This is also kind of a tricky point in a speed run, especially if you're still learning birds, because you will not be the level I'm at here. And so being like level 16, 17 here is actually kind of dangerous because these enemies do a lot of damage at those levels when they hit you. And trying to kill this enemy before it's able to hit you with that attack, it's really tight timing. And if you are too risky, you have a pretty decent chance of getting yourself killed right here and having to run back through all that. You really don't want to do that. So we're going a bit out of our way right now. I'm going to pick up a strength potion. At this point, we have used and that was kind of unfortunate. This is okay. So that right there is a charm effect. A charm effect is bad because it acts kind of like charm effects in Pokemon, where you just have a chance to do nothing. Like Ark could just stand there and take hits, and it's not good. So we're gonna cleanse that off. And we're going to pick up a strength potion right here. And this is going to be not useful until way later in the run. Like, this is set up for the last boss. You do not need this for anything except the last boss. While you're still learning birds, that particular room that I just left with the 4 zombies, that is your grind point. You grind on there till level 19, and then 11 extra rooms. And that sets you up to be the right level for the area you need, level 24. We're gonna grab our last 2 Magirocks of this section. And then we're gonna go to the graveyard. Now remember earlier, I mentioned that we told Dude to take the money he made to his grave? Well, yeah, we're gonna take his money. Because we need it more, okay? So level 21 here is actually, it was a bit overkill. I only needed that after like the next. This is fine. Talk to Turbo with the scarf equipped, and Turbo starts to follow you. And this is basically the setup for the end of this. This is kind of like an auto-scroller, or it is an auto-scroller actually, but it's an okay one because generally you don't have as much money as I do right now. So you kind of want to take this opportunity to collect a bunch of money, because you need about 800 some odd gems coming out of here in order to be at the right amount for later when you need to buy a piece of armor without doing any kind of grinding for it. And then it all just kind of adds up later on. So while you wait for him to get to where he needs to go, you just kill a bunch of enemies, collect some gems. Try not to fat finger some inputs. But good, we don't. Turbo goes in the house, we follow. So Turbo right now is actually looking for Maylin. We're trying to find her. And giving him her scarf is what allows him to like track her down. Can come in here before. But this is Maylin. Oh, okay. So Hab Guy, what happens is the Dark Twins fight at the end of Greycliff. It actually, there is a trick you can do where you kill the boss at the same time you void out on the left or the right side, and it gives you all the experience for killing the boss immediately. But the flag that flags, or the event that flags the boss as dead, doesn't happen until after the cutscene plays. And so we basically abuse that to farm experience on that boss. I should have some time left over, probably, to like, I mean, it depends on how the run ends up going, but if I have a little bit of time later, I might be able to show you, kind of showcase the earlier levels, because my estimate is pretty generous, like if we need to kill time. But anyway, we save Mei Lin. Mei Lin's, and it's like, parents talk to her and say, you know what, it's okay that we died. You know, you don't need to like be here for us. And we find out that Mei Lin has the power to like conjure images of deceased people or people she knows. And that's where basically all this came from, was from Mei Lin's power. So that's why there's no zombies now. She's gone, so there's no reason for the zombies to be here. She was basically keeping them around just because she wanted to like not be alone. And her grandpa's here. He tells us thank you. And he tells us if we want to get across the desert, like different towns, we should go talk to some nomads. But that's slow. And we already know where to go, because we're speedrunning. So we're not going to do any of that. You can do this. You just kind of move upright. The same, just hold pattern. Under that, you're waiting for two rocks close together on top of you. Cut up through those, and then right here, you cut up again, and bam, you're done. Normally, you would go like left until you got to the landmark, then you would go south to another landmark. Yes, the illusion told me, I told the illusion to take his money to his grave, and he did, and then I stole all of his money. Don't question it. That's just how it is. Fun fact about that map I was just in for the Magirock. If you like look at it from a bigger kind of view, you can actually see the Enix. It spells out Enix inside the tiles there, because this game was published by Enix. So this part right here with the mushroom, this is important. This is actually required to continue the story, and you are not really given any hints until you do a couple of events and an NPC says something along the line, hey, you know, I can make a potion out of these mushrooms. And you're meant to like kind of talk to this entire town in order to do that. Also, that's not Eris. Did not just buy 2 flowers from her. No relation whatsoever. Like casually, when you get to that area, you kind of don't really know that the mushroom is there. Like it blends in really to the background. So I mean, this is also a common like frustration point for a lot of casual players until they kind of happen to notice it. So we go inside the inn here because we want to sleep. You know, walking across the desert's tiring. This guy tries to rip us off. It's like, hey, you know, I brought you a drink and a show. You owe me like $20 billion. Then our knight friend comes in there. I'm really bad at pronouncing her name, and I apologize if I butcher this. It's spelled F-Y-D-A, and I've traditionally said Fida, but I'm told it's Fida. Regardless, she is a knight, and she basically comes in and tells him, you know, if you want to live, you're going to stop ripping people off. So we get to sleep for free. This guy is the one who tells you about the mushroom, about making the sleeping potion, but you don't really know why you need the sleeping potion. So we give him the mushroom right away because we need to leave town for him to do what he needs to do. And then we take care of the other story stuff. Bafita anyway tells us that we should go to the castle because the princess is mute. And the king is offering to give her hand away of marriage to anybody who can get her speaking again. And we don't really know what his motive is for this yet. So it just, you know, he sounds like he's just trying to, like, helpful for her. Also, this is Royd. Royd's pretty cool. He has, like, the most banginest theme of, like, all the themes in this game. But we don't get to hear it very much. So we go talk to the king. Try to talk to the princess, and she ignores us. She also looks very much like the elf from... Wonder if this is important. Spoilers, it is. So we talk to the old man here. He kind of gives us a little backstory on the princess. We find out that she's not actually a real princess. She was adopted by the king after her town was destroyed. And it's not the same town that Maylin is from. Her town is to the north in a forest. But don't really know why she's important yet. Now, like I said, casually, you have to do a lot of talking right here. Should be. I'll have to check. I don't usually use the bird pin there, so my count was a little off. 6. Okay, yeah, we're fine. So the reason I was worried about that right there is that you get to see your Magirock count at that moment, and that is the only free count you ever get. And I should have 39 going into it, but because I used the bird pin, I had 41, which is fine. So anyway, right here, you're kind of meant to talk to a whole lot of people. You talk to people in the castle to find out that there's a guy in the prison that was like in prison for something. Talk to that guy to check to find out that, you know, the guard, like, you can free him if the guard were asleep. Then you talk to the mushroom guy to find out that he can make a sleeping potion. And then you come here and naturally you poison the entire castle's food so they all sleep. There's like a whole lot of back and forth going on in this section. But thankfully, the only triggers we need to hit is talk to throne room people and then put everybody to sleep. You don't need to do any of that other stuff. So now we're going to go into the king's treasure room, which has something that we require in order to get to the princess's real hometown. And all right, have a nice out. I will see you in a bit. The princess still doesn't talk to us, and she also doesn't eat, apparently. I don't really know how that works. That part right there with the guy is also kind of confusing, because, I mean, I don't know if there's any kind of logic where I would think, hey, I can push this guy like a statue. But anyway, so we get the bell. The bell is important because it tells you the way through the forest. The forest acts kind of a lot like Lost Woods in Zelda, where if you take the wrong path, you get put back to the beginning. But unlike Zelda, where you can just memorize the path, like I do know the path through it, I don't need the bell to get through it. For storyline reasons, you cannot actually get through the forest without the bell. So now that we have everything we need, got all of our bone pins, found out where we need to go, have everything we need to get there, we are going to go to the forest. This area is not terribly difficult. The wolf enemies in here are a little bit more troublesome than the ones that we saw earlier, because you hit them and they like to do like sliding attacks that can, you know, knock you all over the place. So we kind of just generally avoid them when we can. There's really no reason for me to try to fight it. So I just kind of get incidental experience whenever I can on these bats. So we equip the bell right here, because this is the point where we get it. And we just go right and up. And the bell will ring when you go in the right direction. That's how you're meant to know. And that's all we need the bell for. Did all of that just to get that bell. There are Magirocks here, and they're not missable. You can come back and get them. But there's really not too much going on in this whole section. And damage I take here also doesn't matter. I'm gonna get a free heal before I get to the next dungeon anyway. And we have a spooky, shadowy figure following us. I wonder who it could be. So right now we're just kind of running through everything. We do have to loot an item for later that you probably, I would say, is pretty easy to miss casually, because it doesn't always look like you can just go right here. Or if you did know, like, you wouldn't be able to, like, we pick up this whistle, which you're gonna. And yes, this is Terranigma. It's a pretty sweet game. So we grab the flute. We're gonna leave. We're gonna avoid most of these enemies. Can't one-shot them. If I had the light rod, I would have a really good chance of doing it, but I don't, because that's slow. I don't really need the experience anyway. Hey look, it's Mei Lin. Turns out she was the shadowy figure following us. Wow. Now we have Mei Lin. We're gonna collect the Magirocks for this area, because there were none before that, before her. So this one's just kind of memorizing the path to go. Not really too much to talk about. You know, kind of like try to skip these so they don't like body you. You can see those wolves during the slide is kind of, yes. Especially at a low level, they actually do a fair amount of damage. So it's possible to die here if you aren't careful with how you go through the stuff. Got our last Magirock. Now we are going to... Wiggle, wiggle. There we go, that's the forest. Pretty straightforward. But you get to the town and like, this town looks kind of familiar. Wonder if we've been here before. Oh no, there's a bunch of wolves. So, right here, if you try to do anything but use this whistle, like if you don't leave immediately, if you try to go inside the house, these wolves, like, it says they kill you, but they really don't. Just get, like, kicked out to this last area. That's why you need that, that. So we go into the room here, and we pick up the portrait. So thank you for the good luck, Zatox. And Mei Lin is a brat. You guys didn't know, and you want to see some super high level, like, Terranigma runs? Zatox is the world record holder in every category. He is a machine, and he is a very large reason of why I'm playing this game right now. If it weren't for him and the greater community, the Terranigma community, I would not be playing this right now. So I'm going to shill a little bit for Zatox. Go follow him. He's a wonderful dude. Plays a lot of other games as well. Like, can't not be entertained. So anyway, we get the portrait there. And the portrait is important because, like you may have heard me mention earlier, Mei Lin can summon images and conjure images of people from her memory or people she has seen, or reach into people to find them. But because the princess was so young, she doesn't really remember her parents. The photo we got was of her parents, and we're going to use that right here. So Mei Lin is using these images of what she's seen, and she is bringing us all back to this town. And that is the princess's parents, to which they say to her, you know, yeah, the king murdered us because he wants the treasure of this village. And at the very beginning of the game, you remember I go through the bottom into the basement and loot Pandora's box. Well, turns out that Stockholm, the town I was just in, is the overworld version of Krista, which is the town Ark was born in. So there's definitely some shenanigans going on here, but we don't exactly know what the treasure is in there yet. Also, thank you for the good luck, Clicks. Also, go follow Clicks. He's a Terranigma runner. He's a damn good runner, too. I guess it's right about the time everybody starts waking up. So anyway, the king is, noticeably upset that we kind of spoiled his whole like secret to the princess. And even though she's now talking, he kicks us out of the castle and we go to sleep. To our elder back in the other world tells us that, hey, you need to go start resurrecting geniuses. You need to go save the geniuses. People who are going to invent something to change the world. Like I said, at this point, we come to the first town building section of this game. So in Magirock%, town building is very important because the upgraded version of the towns hide Magirocks that you cannot get in. So these guys, you find out after waking up that the king is dead. The king was murdered last night. But you don't know who did it. So now that the king is dead, the people have decided that they kind of don't really want a king anymore. They want to try democracy. They want to vote for their next leader. So what we do there is we start the vote, but we're going to go all the way back across the desert because we need to give a flower to a girl. I bet you thinking, going all the way across the desert, give a flower to a little girl sounds like a lot to do. Why would we do that? Well, we're nice people. This little girl needs a flower. Don't question it. Well, sometimes you just got to do nice things. I'm sure it'll work out later. It usually does. So we give our little girl a flower. She's happy. But we do that to set up some events later on in the game, so we don't have to go out of our way to do it, like any more so than we already do. Across the desert again. Now when we go back to the town, everybody is voting, and we are going to do our civic duty, and we are going to vote too. We're going to do our civic duty and vote, but we don't really have time to look at the candidates. We're just going to vote for whoever's the first person. I mean, that should be good enough, right? Obviously, if this is the first person on the list ever to vote, like they have to be a good person. Like, I mean, I don't know about you, that's how I vote. So now the vote gets tallied. Wow, the guy in first won by exactly 1 vote. What are the odds? So we leave town, go to a dress shop and come back. Oh, hey, look, the town's built. Like, man, who knew democracy works so fast? Literally built all of this in like 10 seconds. What we're doing now is we're collecting some items for later. A lot of the town building is talking to certain people, and the items they give you, you have to bring to other people. The towns themselves have like a progress meter that when you get to a certain amount of progress, it upgrades to the next level, and then you get a whole new round of progress and things you. The difficult thing about this is I don't speak Japanese, and so it can be kind of difficult to remember like everything you have to do and to get the specific text boxes you need, because as I recently found out, I was only getting runs completed because I was overmashing. Like the one time or the times I did not overmash were also the times I did not get anything done. So it's kind of weird that way. But we're doing a bunch of collecting right now, like Bonsai was saying there, we're doing some fetch quests. Just picking up a bunch of items that we're not going to really use for quite a while. The last one's kind of my favorite though. This is where Ark, you know, Ark is just a kid when this game starts. He's not supposed to be drinking, but and he clearly can't hold his liquor. So we are we're getting Ark hammered right now. But you know, he threw up the first two, so I mean, he can't be that drunk, right? Apparently that one was good. And to reward us for actually being able to hold our liquor, Nice Man gives us some wine. You know, because what's better to give an alcoholic? Give him some more alcohol, right? That being said, we have everything we need out of this town now. We have the picture, the camera, we have the costume, and we have the wine. So we're gonna leave. But before we leave this area entirely, we're gonna one more. The king is dead, and so they have they turned his palace into a buffet where anybody can just like walk in and eat all they can in a minute. Don't ask me why, but you know, I guess that's a thing. This one, thankfully, you only need to get about 25 points, and it's actually very fast. And J-Man is right, I've also killed my run before by overmashing and trying to get out of the text box like too quickly and accidentally choosing the bottom option. And then I'm done. So it's over. So 25 points, and then we go wait by the Magirock because I don't really need anymore. I'm trying to get out of here. Right, and with that, we are done with this area for now. So I'm going to safety save here. And I'm going to do that because the next boss fight can be very monk-ass. And if I die on this next boss, then I need to run all the way back from the desert. So the time I spend here is very much worth the little bit of time loss, just to make sure I don't have to do. But now we go to Sylvan Castle. This, I would say, is where the game really starts to ramp up its difficulty. Especially on the bosses. Not all of them, but the boss here is notoriously difficult for casual players, and the dungeon itself is not really free either. I believe in the guide they actually mention you want to be several levels higher than what I am, because you deal minimum damage to the boss if you're not. You also remember, at this point in the game, I'm still wearing leaf armor. I have not upgraded my armor since I was level 4. But we pick up our strength potion. That's the last strength potion of the game that we're going to pick up. We pick up our Magirocks for this area, and then we're going moving on. Thankfully, there is a heal I can pick up that I will be doing for safety. So, like, even little chip damage is not too bad if I take any. That was a little sloppy. Yeah, it's actually a very common thing. It's very common to quit the game here just because you really don't want to grind here. For speedrun cases, like I didn't even hit level 21 for this boss. For the speedrun purposes, you can actually fight this boss at like level 15, I think, and it does not make a difference until like 23 or 24. That's a fight you kind of hope to see crits on, because it speeds it up by quite a bit. But what we're gonna fight Merkel with, we're gonna fight her with a with basically Sicer strats. So this dungeon also has multiple pieces to it, in that there are a bunch of like puzzles and mini puzzles and overarching puzzles that you have to solve. The big one are the 4 portraits that you saw up on the first flight of stairs. Like, you have to collect 4 gems, 1 for each eye, because the eyes are missing from those portraits. But to get to the portraits, you also have to solve a bunch of mini ones, where this one here in particular is, it lowers those chandeliers inside the room where I climbed up the stairs before I got the strength potion and got the spirit. But we're not going to go back there for a little while. This enemy is a little bit dangerous, but he gave me kind of good RNG right there by running so far to the right. I actually have a pretty decent chance to get out, but I didn't. Come on, game, stop eating. So the first thing we picked up there, we picked up a key. We need that key for later. And right now we're going to pick up our first gem. And by this point, you kind of do know that you can crawl into, you know, underneath in these areas. So you're kind of meant to do it. But we do this, and we're going to go into our menu. We're going to equip the item that we just got after we use the strength potion. As you know, it's there, we can grab it, put the key. And you can go left or right here. Going left is just a little bit more optimal, because you automatically get pushed over to the right side when you're done. Boom. I do that out of safety. You don't always have to. But sometimes I get hit when I walk through there, and it costs almost no time. It's better for me. We climb a bunch of stuff. We're going to skip all these enemies, because at this point, like I said, I really don't need experience. I'm already at the level I want to be for the boss that I fight later. But you'll notice that we want to get across because, hey, there's a gem in that eye right there. Also, spoilers, this is where the entire premise from Assassin's Creed came from. Don't let anybody tell you otherwise. Look at that parkour. What a hero. And then we loot the gem, which conveniently places us in front of this door. We go with our second soul armor fight. This one is a little bit slower than the first one because he has like a slower block animation. But again, you're also hoping for crits just to speed it up. And we are almost done with this dungeon now. So as you kept count, we have 2 gems, but we've already dropped the chandelier, and we are about to do the last thing we need. So right there, we turned off the poison. But if you remember seeing right as you get here, the moat and the surrounding area was poisoned. Well, we just turned off the poison. It's also our first use of the bone pin. Takes us back to the start where and we are going to grab gem number 3. But we're still missing 1 gem. And there's only one place we haven't been that has we have done something to. That is the chandelier. So we're going to go back up here, find that the chandeliers have been dropped. We can now walk on them. And there's our final gem. Gonna go off to the right here just a little bit, pick up the safety bulb. And are done with this dungeon. Where I just have boss fights now. Which is not, it's mostly like one boss fight and 2 mini bosses. And then a big cutscene. Also, I want you to pay special attention to the portrait, second from the right or third from the left. Because I suspect it is somebody, but I'm not sure if everybody agrees or not. Now, I think this portrait looks exactly like Arnold from Terminator. And I think that red gem was purposefully done. Cannot convince me otherwise. I'm pretty sure that is Arnold. So now, we have 2 mini bosses. Or I guess a mini boss and or actually I couldn't even say mini boss. It's more like 2 event fights, 2 scripted fights, and then the boss. The first one is kind of unique. It's one of my favorite mechanics in this game. It plays with the same idea as like fake and real enemies, but it does it in a kind of cool way. So you see we have 4 of these dolls spinning around us. No matter what I do right now, I can't hit them. What I have to do is I have to wait for them to stop moving before I hit them. But unlike the other ones where the fake is random, this one is always the one that's behind arc. The casualty, this is going to be kind of a weird boss, because if you hit the wrong one, they all kind of go into like this scream animation and then they lunge at you. You can take a lot of damage. But thankfully we do actually know how to like guarantee that it's always the one behind you. Do this 3 times and then you move on to the second part. Not really too much to talk about other. Just don't want to take damage here. Talk to Columbus, who's asleep right there. Right here, you mash the inventory to go inside and out. And what this does is similar to the Wind Cave. It allows me to move a little bit earlier. This is more like a game of red light, green light. You're not really meant to move before they allow you to, but doing it that way, get across before they have time to react. And welcome to probably casually one of the hardest bosses, if not the hardest boss. This is Bloody Murder. These orbs that she's spinning around her deal damage to me. I cannot touch them. So you can really only hit her from the top end casually, unless you're speed running, in which case you just do slicer attacks. And she's not... What we want to see is her doing this attack here, the mask attack. Because this keeps her rooted in place. And you can just kind of wail on her like pretty freely. 3 mask attacks is enough to kill if you're optimal. But 3 and some change is what we kind of look for here. So if she gives me 1 more, this will have been a very good fight. As you can see, I'm doing basically minimum damage right now. And this should actually kill her, I believe. Very good fight. Very, very good fight. That's the last like major source of RNG for this run. She can troll you very hard if she wants to. I didn't get a chance to show off what happens when she does her triangle attack, but I'm thankful I didn't have to. So normally, casually, you would talk to Columbus there, and he would like give you this really long cutscene, and you would leave. But doing it that way is faster because you only need to go in there, grab this, and then you. But that kind of shows you how strong the slicer chain is, and why it's so important to do on this game. And if you do not have Slicer almost basically mastered at that point in the speed run, you're gonna have a rough time on that boss. Like, she does a lot of damage. Also, don't let the German community let you see her call her Mary. Her quote-unquote official translated name is Merkel. Merkel. So, we got through Merkel. Very good fight. Uh-oh, Zatox is here. I didn't say anything. I called her the right name. Don't disown me, please. So we go to sleep again, and then we're going to set ourselves up for the second manipulation of this run. This, like the first one, is not because we need to, but because it's faster, and a majority of the time it's more consistent. The upcoming fight is not difficult in any sense. It's just really slow because it's another one of those fake fights where you can just hit the wrong one and then you just waste minutes because, you know, whatever. A little bit about the RNG in this game is NPC movement affects RNG. When you take damage and when you deal damage affects RNG, and then some enemy movements, most enemy movements also advance RNG. So it's kind of important that you get out of that town very quickly because you don't want to advance it too much. But it's pretty free. Like, it's not at all super tight like a later one that we're going to do. And then right here, none of these NPCs move. So as long as you don't go idle, then you can't really fail it. Also, shoutouts to waking up, getting on a boat for 30 seconds, and going back to sleep. So the princess still doesn't want to talk to us, but we have noticed that somebody's screaming in the middle of the night. Oh no, it's a spooky ghost. All right, so check it out. This is how you do ghost manip. Stand on top of the princess. You hit the one on top. Stand on top of the princess. Hit the one to the right. Stand on top of the princess. And you hit the one to the right. Boom. That's how you do ghost manip. Everybody in chat, you are now verified Terranigma speedrunners. You can't do anything else but that, then it doesn't matter. So we have saved the princess and we're going back to bed. I told you, Ark likes to sleep a lot. Literally his favorite thing. Hell yeah. And now we have discovered or rediscovered the new world. Because if you remember, we were actually here at the start of the game. So I mean, this might be their first time here, but we have rediscovered it. We've been here before. I don't even know how Ark got that far out of bed, but boys will be boys. So now we are going to pick up another safety item. Hopefully I will not need to use it, but we're safe than sorry. This gives us 2. Princess has left us a letter that basically says she doesn't want us to like worry about her. So yeah. He probably could, but he doesn't. I'm going to take this opportunity to go inside my inventory and swap my items around for later before I get to the next combat area. What's this? Oh wow, I can't believe I missed that. Thought I was going slow. This is Pearl. Pearl's literally the coolest character in this game. Also, I'm gonna shill and spam my own emote. Because I love that emote. I mean, look at those skills. Don't you wish you could do that? I wish I could do that. It's like just constantly doing flips on like flat ground. So anyway, we talked to him. He's important for later, but we are not going to do that part right. First, we're going to talk to Belle. Belle wants us to go check up on his girlfriend in the town north of here. We're going to do that in a little bit. Then we're going to help John. John is trying to like make electricity. And apparently to make electricity, you push on this machine a whole bunch until it explodes on you. Ah. Oh. I almost forgot. You have to go talk to Pearl number 2. So at this point of the game, story-wise, Princess is basically admitted to killing the and Fida tries to get her out of the country. So that's why we come here. And you have saved the first genius, according to the Elder, being Columbus. It's how you get to, this area, to the New World. But now that you're actually here, don't really know what to do. And so you meet Peril there, and he mentions he has a friend named Will who's trying to make a flying machine. But he can't find him. He doesn't really know where he is. But we do know he's inside Great Lakes, which is a little bit north of where we are now. The problem is we can't get in there because there is a guy there that is blocking us from entering. So we're trying to find a way of how to get in there. Also, this is that's Belle's girlfriend. We don't know what she was doing in that room, and we aren't going to ask. We're just going to let it go. We come up here because we need to grab 9 of these logs from these enemies, which are conveniently hidden under this trunk enemy. We're going to grab 9 of these because, we have no reason to come back up here after we go back down. So not really too much to go on here. I'm just doing this, a couple more times. I'm only kind of trying to go out of my way for the money, because this might impact me later. I do have to do a little bit of a money grind later on. But like in any percent, you probably would not do that. Also, again, it doesn't matter if I take damage in this dungeon. I will be able to heal it away by the next one. So getting low health here is fine. Not that like these things really have a chance to kill me right now. Like I have to be really messing up for these things to have a chance to kill me. Alright, so that was 8. We need 1 more. And then we're going to do our second, not really extensive town building section, but, a bit more of a town building section. Like talking to Belle and John was part of it, but this way we can, this is where we're kind of going to several places in town. Alright, so, we have everything we need. We're going to go back to town. First, we're going to report to Belle. Tell him the status of his girlfriend. That she has shacked up. Belle, as you might imagine, is not very happy to hear this. And as you can see on his table, he's trying to make a telephone. But he's pretty upset. He's gonna go get hammered at the bar. I bet you remember from earlier, we got some wine. But the wine's not actually for Belle. So we give the costume to that girl, and I went to the wrong menu. We give the costume to that girl. We're gonna equip the wine. And we're gonna give wine to somebody over here. Yes, this town's name is Freedom, and we do see Liam a little bit later on. And with that being done, we give away the wine. We're gonna talk to Belle. Belle doesn't want to talk to us. We're gonna leave and come back in. Talk to Belle again, and Belle has decided he's going to be strong and continue with his invention, even though his girlfriend is non-existent or cheated on him. And then to thank us for all of our hard work by talking to him a grand total of 3 times, he's gonna give us a Magirock. Thank you, Belle. See you later. And we are out. Now if we return back to the town, like after coming out of this area, you'll notice that the town is built again like the last one. But first, this guy wants to build a bridge across this river. And we just so happen to have 9 logs. And yes, you have to go through this entire dialogue every time you give him one. Look, Freedom's built. Hey, look, a bridge is built. Man, architects and like construction workers work fast in this game. Also, you might recognize this area. This is where we fought birds at. We're back on the west coast of the Americas. We're going to South America. But this bridge wasn't there before because people. There's a town there. We do need to go to that town, but we have to make a little bit of a detour because we don't really have a good opportunity to turn here. Now we're doing a little maze game. Pick up our Magirock, and we're out. That was a nifty little game. So remember how I said Ark can no longer talk to birds? Well, he can still... They still know who Ark is. So the stork is going to carry us all the way to the North Pole. And as far as like the story itself goes, part of it, but I don't think like it reference each other. Like you can resurrect Moo in this game and go there, but it doesn't have impact, and there's no connection to anything beyond like just Quintet using a bunch of ideas. So you remember earlier when I bought that flower? This is the I'm going to give it to this nice little penguin right here. This penguin is going to give me a starstone. Starstones are a lot important. For whatever reason, you're allowed to get that one earlier. So I get it now. And then South America. Like, I don't even know how they do it. Because if it's lagging, I am dropping my... Okay. Anyway, though, moving on. For anybody that can still follow happening. Like, if you guys where I got... go back to it. Because I have a lot of time right here in this section. But anyway, if it... this point, we can kind of going here. So we talked to the penguin for quite a while yet. Like, we aren't even supposed to know that they exist right now. But like I said, we don't really have an opportunity. Oh, that's a shame. Right, my up and got eaten. Let's try this again. Anyway, give the penguin the flower and then get our story for the later story event. And then in coming to this town, we find Maylin is just kind of hanging out. But she go to the north part of town, and Maylin basically says Ark and answer her, but she doesn't want it right away. So we go to sleep again. And when we wake up, it's going to go give our answer to Maylin. Up here is our girlfriend Elle. It's been so long. I haven't seen you for like... But there's a problem. It has a... Then looked inside Ark's heart and saw Elle. And she's kind of reciprocate her feeling. And so she hates us, and cue Maylin being a little brat. So now we've done that, though. We have completed our... we find out this guy wants out of Mermaid Tower. This guy wants to clear the more because it's kind of like a guiding area for ships at sea. So we go inside of the Mermaid Tower, because if you're able to clear out the tower, I'll give you a ship that you can sail on. And you would kind of want to be level like 20 in this split for this boss, but because I'm over leveled, I'm not really gonna get whatever I can like incidentally get because I'm already ahead of experience compared to what I normally be. The level are 100% for this boss. This boss is why you level grind. So little damage. It's just a pain in the ass fight. And that was Big Fish. That was a boss. It can be kind of weird casually because if you attack too soon, Big Fish will you quickly. But you can kind of control which direction he goes because if you are above him, and you will move kind of to let him set you. This kind of use that to set him up. So you just kind of rotate and you cycle. So I remember earlier when I mentioned Great Lakes and that there was a guy waiting for his... Well, that's his girlfriend. she and was reincarnated as a mermaid. And, well, he's obviously never. So we are going to go give him the bad news. Also, we'll pick up the mermaid pin here. The mermaid pin does, because we never use it. But magic counts, so we need to collect it. And tower. Now, able to like a ship for all intents and purposes acts like an airship and like a lot of other games. So now we can access pretty much any area we've already been at this. We're gonna go back to Freedom, and we are going to do some building. Oh, is it really still? I'm very sorry. Still not dropping frames though. I do not know how I can do that. But I'm back. I'm gonna talk to Bell. We're gonna help him test his phone. And his. Good job, Bell. So Bell just invented the phone, and with our help, John has now. Ow! Everybody works so fast for a single night. That's all we needed. So now up to Great Lakes. I didn't have 2 healing items. But I shouldn't need to. Health. I'm old, and I have 2 healing items. Great Lakes is not a particularly difficult one of those cases where like you have multiple items, but freeze also the only time in the like these items are useless after this. So the first one, as you can see, was we're only going to use like one more time. I'll never use that ability. And confuse you. Confuse is a very it acts button. It can leave it the same, but it can also do lights up or right is left, whatever it happens to be. And it's kind of so runs to it before. This is the anchor allows to swim against currents. But so shoutouts to eyeballs. Eyeballs are kind of a monk-ass enemy. So now we pretty much have everything we need. We're just going to in any percent you would stop to collect that chest there because it has a weapon you'll use. But in this category, since we kind of go out of our way a certain item anyway, there's no need to do that. The one we're going to get is better. Like our only Magirock inside of room is called the Death Room. The reason is eyeballs. And what the eyeballs do is that if you attack them while I don't mean like they literally push you back, can hit you with toxic, which much like toxic in a Pokemon game, toxic ticks and it ticks no matter what, whereas poison only ticks while you're moving. That's the sentence. I do not have a cleanse right now. If I get toxic, I'm basically dead. Might as well start over. That being said, we're on our this is not this is our third to last grind point of the game. We're gonna grind here until 24, and this sets us up dungeon as well as killing the boss. These fish give a better experience grind than pretty much anything up to it. Like if we could, we would be grinding this birds of how efficient any this is. These fish have very low HP. So we're just kind of hanging out here for a while. I'm sorry, Ragna. It's it might be something on Twitch's end or the restream end, because as far as my stream is going, I do apologize though. But if you definitely better, I'd be happy to get out and chat. Like I said, there's not really too much going on. I wonder if it's I wish I knew. Could just be, some kind of intermediate. That's unfortunate. Well, like I said, I apologize. In the chat, I really don't have too much going on beyond would it be to explain things if they got broken up. So we got to 24. We're going to try to do skips eyeballs because our monkus. Going back into here, and we are going to the Neofang again. And if you remember my explanation from earlier, the same reason why I equipped this over Rock Spear for Troll Keeper. If you missed it, a lost game that have elemental affinities and bosses that resist the elemental. It's the resist the ice element that was. So we equipped Neofang more damage. It is also something you don't want to sleep on. Like, very unfortunate right there. That my input got eaten right on your head. They kind of stun you. The only way to get them off of you is with the fire. Getting burnt. Having a starfish fall on your head and having the star do it is a. That being said, we are now done with Great Lakes. This is our buddy Will. Airplane, really. Do it because the price of metals is too high. Now it's kind of basically hints at, hey, go find out why the price is so high and try to bring it down so you. So now that we have our ship, saved Will, go to the very next point in the game. Some items we need to pick up first. One key item, because we're going to need that money for. First thing, we're going to start, and we are going to get some money. Like I said, we need 600. Around down here, and we're gonna. It's kind of important because a lot of town progression is locked behind a singular item that you get, and that item we're going right now with the camera that we picked over from way a long time ago. Sure, we can finish up a lot of other, but while we're here, we're gonna grab some meat. We're gonna give it to meat. Get. Well, you don't need. I guess you can do it later, but it's way out of the way later, and you have to like kind of go back to the towns that. So now we're gonna go loot some more gems and some hidden locations. This game has actually also shoutouts in the game. Get your sour please ready. But there's a lot of like hidden locations that not so many of which you need to visit. By this point in the game, you should be kind of used to looking. This one is especially inside, like A Link to the Past. Just run very quickly, and that's actually story required. Plus, it's say we're gonna loot box. If I can get. The reason we do is because, like I said, we are gonna need really far out of the way. Actually, wow. It's a shame. Gonna loot some stuff. I'm pretty it's fine. But we're inside the inn bed. And you take our bed. That's our bed. We set that up. That sets a flag for a little bit later that we're gonna need to come back here to get a Magirock for. Doctor. So, like, at least on my end, everything looks okay. My bitrate's not. I mean, might not be able to do anything about it. At least for a little while. We talked to the sleeping girl, or the girl. Found out sleeping girl's sick. We go see the doctor. There's medicine that might be able to cure her. But this guy here has it. And this guy, tells us, okay, I'll give you the medicine castle to the west. And he's doing some shady stuff inside. And it also just so happens also is the reason that prices are being driven up. Kind of see where the plot starts to come together. No. So we give the sleeping girl the medicine. We find out it is actually our friend is having about the time that she killed the princess's mom and dad. Sad. Very, very sad. This is also want to be careful on your text boxes. Choose the wrong option here. Waste a lot of this entire scene to that same dialogue choice. One, two, three, 4, and 5. But we tell her, don't feel bad about like what you have done. You're trying to make things right, so it's to make mistakes and have regrets. But she lets loose this information that is also being held in Dragon Cap America. The princess left. And now, third manipulation castle. Castle casually is difficult. Very, very. This is like pseudo stealth section in a game that was not really built for stealth. It's definitely the weakest, like, at least in my opinion. And there's no real RNG. And it's fine. There is no cycle here. So it's kind of like, get this right, you're kind of at the mercy of RNG. That was the hardest part right there, was that first section. That's the very first guard. Dragon Castle. And like, it's not exact. The game kind of hints at it. But yeah, it's just, I mean, overall, it's just kind of a really odd section. So you see L right here being chained up, and that's not actually L. And there's only one person that can do such a thing. Malin. Rude, Malin. It's in this room. Because she, the guy driving up the sails, and the guy who has kidnapped the princess. Belongs a pretty Also see Wong has enlisted Freud, who we haven't seen in quite some time. So Wong also wants hometown. That is his thing. But Pickle. Locked inside of a cell. Can't get out. And we know the princess is here. We know we have to do a bunch. It's really sad. But wait. Somebody has come to rescue us. Accidentally. I wonder who. Recognize this theme, friend. She has recurring. She is. So we get caught on by that guard. And manip successful. That was the other part of to get past that guy in time. We go straight up. There's no reason to go the direction I'm going, but I have to come. And because I'm coming down here to get a medal, a new weapon while I'm here. Enough of the game that it's worth the time lost to do. And we have the 3-block rod. Any more to take looks, and we have everything we really need. So now it's just cutscene %. Scaps. So see another image of L. Know at this point. Heart, like he has feelings for both of them, but thankfully, Vita does probably the coolest thing that besides Peril when he just like skateboards. Maylin comes and confronts us and is, I'm mad at him because he doesn't return my love. Also, poor Maylin just wants to be loved. We try to get out the seal with all 3 of us inside. Long then kind of shouts out that, like, easier just to trap all 3 of you instead of trying to trap 2. So you're all going to die down here. And Maylin gets a kind of hard lesson in life that people will use her. Until down the door with a skateboard. What absolute hero. Levian Free kind of realizes she was kind of being rude and kind of a brat to us. So she apologizes and get caught by this last guard now. That being passed, the manip is now over. There's nothing left of manip's point. So right here, read a book that talks about taking out of that door. And then another one, you kind of find out that there's across from a statue. You see that you have one across the way from it. That one doesn't, and you're meant to hit that, flip that switch to open up the doors. It'd be kind of tricky to find casually, because they are kind of easy to sell. Shoutouts to best theme in the game. This is a shame you only hear this scene like twice. Well, you know how Royd was supposed to keep us from saving the princess? He tells us, yeah, run away. I'm gonna fight him. You don't have to. What we were told to do. Talk here for a moment. They go through their motivation. They kind of say, Royd asks, why are you fighting? She's not a real princess. Okay, it's a honor it's made. And in the end, Royd decides, you know, like, I can't enough. I don't want to. So they don't end up fighting. Right now, just left rather. You go too quickly through that door. I've never personally done it because I kind of take it just for that reason, but that is a thing that can happen. Also, Royd has basically turned on his employee at one kid at the end of the scene. Bye, Royd. Another fun fact: the room with the first hole doesn't actually exist. Walk over the second one too, but not always. Alright, sweet. Done. That is Dragoon Castle. Successful manip. Don't all burst. On the heels of Dragoon Castle manip, come to what I would consider to be the hardest game for this other category, unlike other manipulations where I can continue. This one is required. Push this run without this manip. And the reason that is, because as I mentioned earlier, don't get you can see why this might be a problem. Beforehand. This one is also very tight. It's very RNG right now, so you have to take a certain route through everything. Now I know for certain that is probably not the fastest. That's what I know, because I have failed too many runs on this section to want to do this again. Benefiting this ghost, always get hit, because this ghost can go like invincible, kind of waste a lot of time and do a lot of RNG. So thankfully this went off pretty well. I just have to not fail the actual quiz now. I might a little bit slower just to make sure I don't choose the wrong answers. But we summon the quintet building. Quintet being developers of this game. You know. So let's do this. We have yes, 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 no. Yes. No. Yes. No. No. And no. There you go. Very good. Locked behind that. Let's hear it again. This is just a button mash. This is just a button mashing minigame. Difficult. You can get a really high score, but I'm not trying to mash. I just need to get enough to win, which I should already be at, honestly. I can never remember when it. Rocket. And the reason we do this now is also because once we get here, we are not going to have the chance to do it again. This after that town, spoiler. Taking the water is a lot faster than taking the bottom path. That's why we're doing this right now. Look, it's kind of route. Then I grabbed a rock that was down here. We could have grabbed it earlier. The reason we didn't now than do it earlier. Prices are so high. Bottom of us, we collected a bunch of Magirocks. We're gonna go see our buddy Will. Will basically gave us an airplane and told us how to fly it. You'll also notice that there is a convenient runway here. Hey, look! It explodes. Go to everybody looks a little scary here, though. What we're trying to as a gene as Baruch, or we're trying to meet the genes known as, and everybody here basically worships the guy. We're gonna buy the red armor. We're gonna safety save just in case. Because like I said here, then I go back quite a long way. We're actually trying to balance it. That being said, the red armor has, and it's a very, very sturdy armor. But the reason we get it is that your strength gives you some defense, subtracts some defense, and subtracts maximum health. But we want to go fast. Buff you see Ami just reduce the damage I deal, but it's okay because I'm not going to try to kill any of those enemies anyway. Forgot. So I'm going to equip the supposed to reduce stuff a lot of stats and basically takes away all the damage they took. Do that is because bone pinning out. Because I just need to go back to the start. We're gonna do damage. We're not really so squishy for the enemies. We're kind of squishy. We're also gonna do our second to last, or hopefully our last level 5, which is the minimum level required for like a guaranteed 1 cycle on this command. Any percent you would grind till for level 26, but you would also be using a different weapon in that. But with the 3-block rod, we can. So there's no reason for us not to. These pigmen, or whatever you call them, they don't. But you try to double slice them because it's faster and because it's safer. Because they only really purchase a lot. So we do that. That sets up the elevator to go some kill. So we hit level 25, which should be on the way back. I don't think I have too much experience. I am trying to get those double hits off too, if I can. That's right. So level 25, now we get to move on to phase 2 Megatron as living. Money picking up isn't really a bad idea here either. I need another 5,000 gems to do something a little. So we're just kind of going, making our way through the dungeon. Still have our healing items, which is good. Better safe than sorry. I said not too much to talk about for the rest of this dungeon. I'm going to be trying to get enemy kills to cut down on experience I need. Like those enemies right there, you need 300 damage. My lowest is underneath that. Good rolls right. Not taking. Watch the computer going to open up bottom floor where we need. Shoot. I mashed a little. So I went inside the kind of stuff happening. Because experiments and like. Yeah. I think there's anything we can really do about it. Because I'm not dropping frames and Piku's not dropping frames. Something else. So now we come up a casually not super difficult, depends on how you set up, but in a speed run, this boss is very finicky. And how text boxes that just show up with like the border in the background, they interrupt your movements. Well, this boss is the king of like I constantly have to repress my attack buttons when I'm fighting this boss. I can get interrupted, and I will get killed. It is very, very scary fight for that reason alone. Hopefully, that did not happen despite him. So that's Megatron. In any percent, you have a different weapon and be a different level. One set. You can win cycle. Kind of difficult to do. It requires like really good timing and some damage rolls. But in Magirock percent, it's literally free. You can't like if you can't miss it. So for get his Alright, we get over here. We talk to this zombie, which he has us do, and we kind of find out what we're to remove anybody who isn't worthy of surviving from the world by turning people into zombies. So he's experimenting on this stuff right now. His security drones. At this point of the game, Ark actually dies. Like right now, I am actually dead. Those drones killed him. The results of Aruga's actions on Kyo. Which is why we needed to do it because at this point there's no town to get Magirocks from. Everybody's dead. People of Neo Tokyo. But thankfully, we have friends in high places. So if you remember, at this point, you know, you've done your job, you can sleep, you can stay dead, it's fine. You don't need to do anything else. You have done everything I've asked you to do. But are instead the monks of the town in Tibet. We got to do something about him. But we don't really know how. Talking to the people here, we're kind of know there is a secret at the in order to get to it. I met got a stone from a penguin. I'm gonna collect some magic. If you remember earlier, I came up here and talked to the nomads and gave the little girl the flower. Her China. And so now the little girl's with later. Now that we have the speed boots, we can also get through this a little bit faster. Go left until you pass the 3 rocks, then you count 6 rocks above you. Go. Actually, I did that the wrong. I'm supposed to use this one. So now we're gonna do a lot of mop-up stuff right now. We're gonna do a whole lot of town building stuff that we weren't able to do earlier. Because one, we didn't have the ship, or, you know, whatever it had. Unfortunate. God. Oh no. I don't know why Magirock is sitting all the way across this tightrope way over here, but I mean, so we use our bone pin. That should be our. I might use another one, but it kind of depends on what happens. England. Let's to England. We use our picture that we got a very long time ago, and we're going to give it to this guy here. And he is to give us money. Money. And we are going to sail south back to Africa because we have enough money. So we had to get a certain item. We're going to find our second starstone. So this starstone is kind of funny. Back when we saved him, in Hub, he found the starstone after, and it is implied the dead guy in the desert there, stole it from him at some point. So that's Liam's starstone. Kind of important little piece of. So now that we have the crystal, I come up here to we're gonna get crystal to an artist who needs it or something. Give him the crystal. Give him that we got from Will's house. Because he needs it. Talk to him again because it sets up for later. He'll give you seafood, and it sets up his building the town. And I've lost the run because I didn't know where I went wrong. Now we're gonna go back to freedom. It's the ocean now. If you remember, I got built up a little. If you remember the town that was here, well, Baruga kind of destroyed it. Built again. This guy has wants to see influential people, which is pretty much just anybody I got items from already in the game. Got something from or list that gave me the picture I got around and all. Rebuild the town. Bigger, better, stronger. I took the picture of Suncoast, but these people want pictures of like so that they can get more people out there, tourists. We're gonna see John. John is with his electricity. big old photog. His bell was also a big old fancy guy. To help us. I'm gonna go over here and give this guy the meat. This is he's a hungry kind of. Fed. Pretty much done everything we can down at the moment. So I'm gonna go back here, equip my for a little while. There's a little bit of town building, like straight up just where we're looking for star stones at the moment. There's a secret of the world. We need 5 star stones in order to see it. As of this moment, we have 2. We are about to get the 3rd one for this dungeon. Kind of, as far as story goes and like your interpretation of like this is a pretty cool part of the run because everything is kind of like those two reflecting done and the people he's like I don't say too much about it here. I would highly recommend the game that you play this to cool section. But this we a starstone and we get to see some shenanigans. This level also makes the return of the eyeball with I'm going to try to grab them, get those kills, but if I don't position for him, then I'm not gonna bother. That worked out okay, I guess. Like I said before, or actually, but at this Bell has been down here for a year, surviving off of the substance, and Royd and Fida have come to like. But the past year has like changed her some other stuff. It's a really weird. I'm trying not to disclose too much of what's going on. Like, can't really, and you know, read it in like a language you speak, and you're able to kind of sit back and have your own interpretation of it. It's different people. I've heard many just going on, and I can't really find fault in. One of the strengths of this game is that there is a mind, but it kind of depends on your own personal. I don't want to say morality, but like what certain things are going to represent. So, it's Astarica. It's over. Passed out. As always. Done. We're going to, but it's going to be a different one. It's going to be a little spooky. Try not to get too. Darn it. Goes to the police station. No, just happen to see if he's alive. And we hear it going off. Find out from this communicator there is a survivor that is trapped in the sewers. And he doesn't really understand how to. He can't hear us trying to talk to her to tell her that we're here and that we can save her. So we have to go to the sewers to. But as you might, dude uses a chemical weapon on your town and kills everybody. There's gonna be some spooky. My health is actually very okay right now. I want to. Okay, level 26. The early 6. I want 27 by the time I end this area. Don't get trolled. These enemies and their shooting attacks are very, very dangerous. Do a lot of. And it is a probably this thing to a hit scan attack this game has. So you kind of official when I get to that room because I do not want those guys to kill me. Explore the rest of this dungeon. Ooh. That's very unfortunate. It's a little monkey ass. That is a little monkey ass. So these guys, I need to farm these guys right here until I get 5,000. Because these guys have the greatest drop spread and like amount of any other enemy in the game. So a really good place. Oh, that's very unfortunate. That's unfortunate. Or how I even got hit. Hopefully, I didn't leave any on. Kind of sucks that I died though because I came all the way back. Whatever, it is what it is. So the terrible thing about it really is that I can't far away. I basically have to go from there. Unfortunate, but in the grand scheme, I should still be like well above S. Because I have to waste all this time sailing back over hit me. Killed me. I might have just been too slow on it. Or whatever. We can continue. Really used to going on that top. I don't need to do this way. In a regular run, I would, because it, it's faster. I last saved, I can't do that, so I do not try to do. Hopefully do too much grinding here for the money. When I said I only need 5,000. There is, like I said kind of earlier, I do want to leave, so I will, like, this experience does help me towards that end. Alright, moving on. Fortunate death. Sometimes. This is the little girl. Check out her weave and chasing her. As for how a lion got here, I have... But there's a lion here. Very nice. So, level 27. Pretty good. I'll move on. That's not good. That is very not good. Probably fucked here. Bad. Well, I'm gonna have to walk back a second time. That sucks. That sucks. Normally that, but that, as you can tell, that's a doom counter. I don't have, I do not have my, my burn. I had no that. The thing I could have done was try to get out before I did it, and due to my really bad movement, that wasn't a possibility. This is actually, traditionally, this is not a very hard section. I'm just kind of sloppy. I'm on 24 hours a week. It wasn't like I want for the run, so it could just be a result of that. But either way. Okay. Last time, I promise. I won't have to come back here again. Thankfully, this is also probably the last very much left over for me to do. And the last one that I do have to do. So, on. These elements can be kind of troublesome. It's really nice to have that bird, like if that happens to or that happens, and not try to attack and get a little bit of extra experience. So there's wrong there, and most of them were my fault. Not have you in the first place, but you know, get greedy, get a little comfortable with things, stuff like that happens. So that was not our last Magirock. We have one more we need. And that is beyond one of these robot enemies. And these robots are actually, thankfully, not at 27. They can't. If a little bit on that. So problems aside, that's neat. Sorry about them there. Normally, I don't have that kind of an issue. We're gonna save the little girl from the lion. You'll notice there's something interesting about this lion. And is our friend Liam. You remember Liam, the slow cub that we couldn't wait to like get because it was like such a terrible little cub. Well, Liam, he's all grown up now and in Tokyo for some reason. To me. So get some rescues on the receiver. You know, we two beings who need to be rescued. So they're gonna come rescue because we got our Starstone. That's all we came here for. Our last stop in Yonko here to they're a big happy take our loot and see them. It's very important to note here that you only have 4-star. You need to get your 5th one still, Suncoat. You cannot pick it up until like the quest to do so, I guess you could say, or the flag that gamers you about. But we're gonna go that really fast. Enter into cutscene hell. It's like 10 solid minutes of cutscenes. 12 minutes? I don't know. It's long. So if you need to take a break, sell some tea, a snack, it's a pretty good time to do that. Of that entire section, I can probably explain in about. So anyway, now we're gonna go check out what the secret is at the bottom of the world. See, the bottom of the world, it's pretty icy, kind of mountainy, but for whatever reason, there's a desert in the south. It's like okay, it's a graveyard even. It's kind of weird, and there's some spooky skulls. I don't really like where this is going. You take your 5 star stones, and you give your 5 star stones to the 5 skulls. Oh wait, that's not just any. Well, Piku, if you can hear me, like, not a good time to do it, because there's like several minutes of just cutscenes. Like, there's very little gameplay in the next like 11 minutes. Until I get confirmation.